The youths, they say, are the leaders of tomorrow. And I dare to say that the future is now. Now, if you take a look around you, you see a lot of young people doing amazing things, championing, lots of ideological movements, trying to make positive impacts around them. Okay, so it is beginning to look like the youth are, at the forefront of everything that has to do with change in the society. And it makes us wonder what exactly is going on. Is this a new era in our society? Well, this is how I'd like to say welcome to yet another amazing and awesome edition of Flipside on Independence Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, of course, I know there are persons who might just be new to the program. Well, Flipside is a socio-cultural show that beams its searchlight on some topical issues in the society, and we just try to examine them and then try to make sense of them. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it's always a pleasure to have you join me on this show. Now, today, we are discussing something really interesting, something that has to do with young people, the youth. Youth-led revolutions across Africa, the beginning of a new political era. Now, that's basically what we're going to be discussing today. And of course, I'm not doing this alone. I've got two vibrant youths in the house with me. The both of them are not new to youth-related, discourses. To my far left is someone who is an entrepreneur and a very vibrant youth who is passionate about positive change in the society, especially as it regards the youth. He goes by the name of Deacon Matthew Ehiobo. He is, an ambassador of Nigerian Economic Sustainability Plan and social impact commentator. He's a whole lot of things actually, but I guess we'll just have to streamline it to that. Deacon Matthew, you're welcome on board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harry.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Edo State. Good afternoon, Nigeria.
How does it feel to be back here? It's been a while.
To God be the glory.
All right.
We will not give up until we see the positive change.
The positive change that we desire.
That is desire, yeah.
Amen. A big amen to that. And of course, seated next to Deacon Matthew is my brother and friend, someone who is also very passionate about young people and what they can become in the society. He is a social impact commentator as well, and also a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Williams Talks, or Williams ADI.
Thank you very much for having me, Harry. Thank you. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right. It's great to have you on the show. Now, let's set the ball rolling, gentlemen. First things first. What defines a youth-led revolution in the African context? First of all, how would you define a revolution? Because I think there are lots of misconceptions about revolutions. When you hear the term revolution, the first thing that comes to mind, or that seems to come to mind, is maybe a violent protest where a large number of persons take to the streets, with the aim of seizing governance or power by force. Now, is that what also comes to your mind, Deacon Matthew? Let's begin with you.
Yeah, when you hear the word revolution, it talks about change. Talks about change, evolution, evolvement,
Okay.
A deportment that changes the old order. All right. So the youth-led revolution we're looking at is not the violent type.
Okay.
Though if
because
not,
it's important
if not
to
well managed,
set the record straight on
if
that.
not well managed, can degenerate. When the hoodlums in the society sees it as an opportunity to vent their anger on the society. Just like a few hours ago when we were coming, I have to go back, take through Siloko Road before I could navigate my way here. And we are told that youths, they've blocked the expressway, protecting the fare increment. These are what we are talking about. We are not advocating a chaotic
revolution
or violent revolution where there will be a breakdown of law and order. That's not what we are looking at. We are looking at letting the government know that we are not happy with what is going on and to timely do the needful so that there will be no breakdown of law and order. There will be no destruction of facilities,
lives and properties
that we need, to move on in our day-to-day life. So that is what we are looking at. It's not the violent type. It's a change from the old order to bring a new deportment that will allow government, listening and paying attention to the yearnings of the people.
Awesome. Awesome. I think that was a very good way to begin. Now, Williams, what's your perspective to that? How would you define a revolution, especially within the context of our discourse?
Yes, you know, the beginning of a new political era, there is one part that I would like to straighten this out.
Okay.
You know, it doesn't necessarily mean they want to take over government or they want to change or topple the government.
Okay.
It's just a wake-up call that the government should sit up, try to do things right. Now, first of all, we said what drives, what's the motivation behind the move for that sort of revolution?
Yeah.
It's because of the total hardship, unemployment, corruption.
So in a nutshell, bad governance?
Bad governance in totality, yes, in a nutshell, bad governance. And then, is it the beginning of a new political era? Yes, because it defines, they are the one that preaches that this is how governance should be.
So it's like the birth of new ideas.
Yes, not like the old order, wherever you keep borrowing money, for example. Just yesterday, the Senate passed a $9 billion loan for the president to sit up with the budget deficit and all that. Now, in the right sense, it's good. But in the country, what have we been doing with the previous borrowings?
What impact have previous ones made?
Then, what was the reason of subsidy removal? Now I'm giving you I'm citing
examples.
Things that propel
revolution.
What was the reason of the removal of fuel subsidy? The reason, as they say, is to gather up funds for necessary spending, to gather up funds. And the last 3 months, if you go at research, you see that Nigeria has accumulated close to $20 billion, approximately 14 trillion naira. So that is a whole lot of funds. You understand me? Now you have started a 50 trillion naira budget, for example, and then here you have 14 trillion in space of 3 months. And then in another 3 months again, you have another 14 trillion. That is already approximately 28 trillion.
28 trillion.
That's almost close to half of the budget. So then, you are not telling that you are borrowing $9 billion. So for what use? On what purpose? Is it really
Is it in the interest of the people?
Interest of the people. What reforms? What health policies? What things are we going to benefit from these borrowings? And then there again, anybody can just come and say, "Oh, well, election is around the corner."
Close by, yeah.
It's not far-fetched. You can just say, "Yeah, it's true," because of how we've seen it over time in the country. So then you will just wake up one morning and see that there are protests all over the street. Why? It is not because they want to protest. There are reasons that is pushing them,
propelling.
Just like what he said, it started yesterday and today again. And then, though this one that I'm talking about is something not directly the government's problem, but the indirectly is the government's problem.
Okay.
How do we have tackled or resolved the problem? It will not really be our concern that for international market before it is increased. It's supposed to be telling on people who we are selling to. So now we have this thing in essence, but we are still buying. So it's telling us with the market price. You can't tell me you have 4 refineries, for example, and then the 4 is not working. There's a private refinery also that is okay, and then you are supposed to sell to the private refinery either in naira, but you're selling to the person in dollar.
In dollar.
The person says, okay, instead of me to buy you from dollar, I have to buy from the international market with the same dollar.
Because it makes more sense that way.
It makes more sense that way. Then the man is trapped. He can't access the crude oil, and then you don't want to give to him. The only thing, if he was able to access, he has to increase. So these are the factors. So these are the things that prepare that gingers you to want to fall out in the street and start protesting.
Thank you very much, Williams. That was a brilliant one. Now,
yes.
you have something to...
Yes, exactly. You see, we have crude in excess.
Okay.
But yet, we cannot access them. Why? We talk about borrowing because it has been used as collateral. Just imagine what you have, you can't access it, you know. So I see borrowings as a digital colonization. You know, we've been free from colonialism, but yet we've been, you know, still entrapped by that same colonialism by the instrumentality of borrowings.
Could that be what the late Kwame Nkrumah meant when he said something about neo-colonialization?
So what we are saying in essence is that this borrowing must stop if we must make headway, you know, because they keep using our natural resources as collateral. You know, you cannot just go to your to dig, you know, and extract this oil, and you know, see, they will tell you they gave license to modular refinery, but they will not be given the opportunity to operate. If you want to try, they will call it bunkering, they will call it a lot of things that you cannot use those commodities that will help your economy to grow. So we should stop this borrowing, whatever it is, whatever affiliation, whatever potency or subjection we have been made to be put into by this foreign power. Our leaders should know to resist it. Okay. Because if they don't do it, you know, we'll keep living in squalor, you know, just as we've been experiencing, you know, increasing debt profile and low infrastructural development and all of it. And by the time you know it, no good roads to even take your goods from where it is produced to the needed market. So we need to look at this holistically. Our government should do this. Keep borrowing. Why was subsidy removed?
It's to gather up.
Why was it removed? And now we still keep borrowing over and over. They tell you now election is coming. In fact, from now till next year, you see there will be a shutdown in the economy. No production, no development. They will tell you they are campaigning. They just look at developed country where election is. Even in the day of election, it goes seamless, as though nothing is. Everybody is going about their activity. You just take your phone, you know, you cast your vote, and before you know it, it is collated and all of that. But this, the whole day will be shut. Even in the day of election, the whole day will be shut down. No going, as though we should. So
are you implying that that is deliberate? That do they deliberately shut down the system just to?
It's because of the failure of the system.
Okay.
The system is not working. The other day, we were agitation for e-transmission of results straight to the IRF.
It was rejected.
One of the easiest way.
Okay. And it was rejected.
But the Senate came up with excuse
as to why should
network.
There will be network failure. And then the network NCC, they came up with the deal and said, no, we have almost covered the whole part of Nigeria. I don't think there's any other place.
Well, some persons argue that they were probably just making room for eventualities.
There cannot be eventualities. This is a country. If, for example, these people, they'll be having some little, if they've been perfect for to 75% or 95%, putting pressure on them will make them want to 600.
Okay.
Or if possible, you give them, okay, for the purpose of this election, the easiest way to strengthen democracy, we are going to give you loan, make it 100%, and then you pay back with some form of
interest. And that will be putting the loan to good use.
Some form of interest. And then they will take it. These are business people. They will take it. And they give you a seamless election. And then you don't need to stress. And then for eventually, you calling people. You just walk there. You complete. Everybody go home. The thing, nobody need to stand in the queue. You complete. You go back home. Go and sit and start monitor the issue. We're talking about crude oil. The last time we checked, OPEC, Nigeria, if you go up to 33 billion barrels of crude oil. Either the 33 billion, no matter how you want to collect loan over the years, you can't exhaust 33 billion. Why not give to the private refinery that's already functioning? So we have a foreign cheaper
sufficient for fuel, yeah.
So these are little things. If not for because we will get there. Let me not just speed.
Yeah.
Because of the divide and rule. You create the masses have their own protest group. The government, they've created their own artificial protest group. So you divide
counter your
so if not because of anything, this transition of law to IRA that are they forced their way to make sure that it was done the way they wanted. It would have led to this very serious protest. This is what is going to guarantee democracy, strengthen democracy, giving us leaders, credible leaders. And then you are making it look so stressful, so obvious that there's room for ringing.
And that you have ulterior motives.
Yes, yes.
No way, it's not
right. Let me add to that.
Don't worry, just before you add, of course, I know there's so much more to say, in this regard, but let's quickly go on this very important break. The program is still Flipside. When we return, it continues. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Mr. Matthew, you actually were itching to contribute to what he was saying.
You see, the problem has been our politicians, I don't know, let me not use derogatory statement.
Language, yeah, please don't.
That's whether, they've made politics mainstream of income. That without being in power, it is either you do it or you die.
So it's a do or die affair.
They take it to that extreme that if I'm not in power, I cannot eat. If I'm not in power, I cannot drive.
Whereas the purpose of governance in the first place is to cater for the needs of the people.
It's to serve. The moment you are out of office, whether as a governor or even as a president, you know, you begin to speak in favor of who is there so that you can get peanuts. It's supposed not to be so.
It's not happening already.
No, what I'm saying is that we are import dependent even up to this moment. When we have all even in the leather industry, we have cattle, but it has become a problem. Between farmers and herders. What's supposed to have gone into a digital refining system where you get, you know, high quality hand and skin to make finished product for which you could get foreign earnings.
And this is wasting years.
It's wasting, and at this moment we do not refine to international standard. We still use the wait for sun, we dip in well when there are digital machines to control the production process. Even if not for Dangote, just this morning I commented that if it is only refinery that Dangote, with all the franchise, all the opportunities being given to operate as a monopolist, you know what it does to dictate price for the consumption of what the whole country is using? Why not make it a competitive market where there is free entry and free exit? The Nigeria is vast. The market is there. If at all, just for local consumption, let us not say let's export. Let us block all our borders. Let us consume what we have, produce and consume what we have. Do you know what you'll be saving from what you sell out for import? Yeah. In fact, is it that the white man are destabilizing our economy so that we'll keep importing from them? Is it what they are doing to our politicians so that they can sell us ammunition to cause insecurity in our forests so that we can buy their weapons?
So these are just speculations though.
They are speculations, yeah. But the need should be talked about so that our leaders will get the right sense to know what to do. In Benin they say Oja Aya senior woman. Because if you do not do well as a political party, your party will come and go, but your economy remains. The value of your currency remains. The value of your passport in the international community remains. What will you make out of it? Will you live there forever? If you live 100 years old, is that an eternity?
Of course not.
It will come to an end someday.
It will. It definitely will. And we actually.
What impact are we making? Look at, should we not be comparing countries that are having military rules as to socio-economic impact they are making before we get it right?
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deacon Matthew, for that for that very passionate one. Now, this question goes to you too, okay, because it's very important to examine our antecedents as a people. Now, what historical examples of youth-driven movements exist across Africa?
If not that, God is so passionate about Africa. You know, big brother in Kokobili Manhattan said, he said if you read the Bible, you look at when it was described, the land flowing with milk and honey. He said he's supposing that it's Nigeria, it's Africa that is being talked about because of all the natural resource and everything, even political instability that should have destabilized the continent. But God has been so faithful and, you know, helping us to manage it. Look at Kenya the other time, you know, we hear of the Gen Z protests. Yeah. Look at even the Burkina Faso that led to the change of government. You know, people are beginning to, there is a wake-up call. And if the government does not do the needful, that is when you see it snowball, it degenerate into toppling the government, which is not supposed, which is not intended,
which is not encouraged,
because in so doing there are loss of life or property, there are destruction of infrastructures, there is a shutdown. You know, there will be people, what they call it, IDP, you know, there will be a disarray. You know what you've been building over look at even in Nigeria now, in the northern part, you just go to a community have been sacked. You see buildings, everybody raised down with fire. Where are we going, my brother? Should we wait to that extent before we do the needful? Like what happened, even Nepal, some countries like that. We should be patient, please.
Yes,
and the government should not take our patience for granted, even though we are preaching patience right here.
All right, thank you very much, Deacon Matthew. Patience indeed is a virtue. Now, I'd like to ask you this, Williams. The NSAS protest was a very viral protest, and it shook Nigeria to its very foundations. In fact, it's one of the most talked about protests across Africa. Now, do you think that protest was, justified, going by, the kind of conversations that surrounded it at the time? Do you think it was justified? Do you think it was called for, or it was just, a case of people reacting to the situations of the country that probably weren't really that serious?
Yes, this is your last statement. It was not as serious as it is now.
Okay.
Where it was then, it was bad, worse. But where it's here now, it's even more worse than it was then. These were activities started online, Twitter, now X. The moment they started building the hashtag, they started with an hashtag, NSAS, and police brutality was the major issue that sparked the protest. Then they now gradually
incorporated other factors into it.
Other factors into it.
Okay.
End bad governance. NSAS. So they now incorporated the hashtag end bad governance. Then it was as a result of the decay in the system, as a result of a lot of mismanagement of funds. You hear of
corruption too.
Cases. You convict somebody of billions, and then the trial judge you ask the person to pay 500 million and 2 short tea and go scot-free. In some cases, you can't even trace. Then another governor will be giving such person a backup, and then the person will be working freely
in the streets,
showing us video where he's working at, and he's with public funds. So
in a nutshell, impunity was one of the reasons.
Yes. These are the issues. Judge, in broad daylight, seeing what it is and then reading contrary what is supposed, what somebody has doctored for you. Now, that 2023 election would have also sparked another similar issue. But the word, when I said there have been a divide in the protest issue, so we have government-sponsored protests and the original citizen youth protest.
So are you implying that the government-sponsored protesters were the saboteurs of the NSAS protest?
Yes, so since the inception of that NSAS, they now intensify on their own too. So whenever there's a protest, you have seen two sides. The last one, I think it was the last protest of this area, you were seen in Abuja, two crowd. There was this other, the citizen, and then the government sponsored this other side. And then somebody was asked to give a speech, a young man, and then he was talking in favor
of the
original protest, and they have to draw the mic. So you see,
somebody from the counter protesters camp.
So he himself that is giving peanuts to protest, to counter the protest, is also suffering from what the original protest is talking about.
That was a really symbolic one.
So that video is still trending. So for you to see how they've maligned this issue, how deep this issue of revolution is led by it, until the government gets it right, we will continue to see protests. And if there's any other protest that will come again as even that close to that of NSAS, my brother, I'm sure that it's going to lead more results than that, because where we are now, currently, with the situation that is happening, it is going to be very serious.
Boys are not smiling, huh?
They are not smiling. It's going to be very, very serious, because as at then, it was just that's this statement saying, I pray you don't miss the previous administration. We are missing. As bad as the previous administration was,
we are missing.
And I mean, nobody who would have ever imagined
that we'll miss.
So the system is so bad that you just have to cry out, and protests like this are the legitimate means to air out our grievances.
All right.
And then we must, when it's happening, next time it's happening, they should please try and leverage on it. But because of how personal interests and a lot of things have gone, it has always led to violence because of the counter protests I'm talking about. But in the nutshell, the NSAS was a result of poor governance.
Okay.
but not as it is now. It is very, very deep as it were then.
So compared to now, it was a child's play then.
It was a child's play. And then we may even see if the 2027 that is coming, the momentum that is gathering, all these things that the government have done that was supposed to have led to protests that they've escaped. If again that 2027 nothing is they didn't get it right, is going to lead to issue. Those issues they are accumulated.
Okay.
And they even let me give you a statement. Buhari said to Shomole when they were campaigning, said as they've gone around that it's discovered that the Nigerian politicians, they are all sitting on a
keg of gunpowder.
That at any moment it will blow up. It happened in his own regime. So I was actually, you remember you once said, because I was also there, we also in online, we also tweeting and also we shared the answer. I said, remember you one made the statement that you all were all sitting on the keg of gunpowder. Now it has blown up for the administration. Why? Because of mismanagement of funds. You were there sitting down and people are mismanaging funds and things are all going wrong and there's nothing you could do, and then you say you're a corruption champion. No.
All right, thank you very much, Williams. Now, you made mention of how the NSAS protest started. It started on social media. Yes. It started with the youths tweeting their minds, and of course, addressing some of the issues that later formed the basis of the protest, right? Now, let's take a look at the role of the internet in all of this, because I think it's as regards what we are discussing. Just like we've established in the beginning that the protest or the revolution we're talking about here is not a violent revolution, but an ideological revolution. So what do you think is the role of the internet in all of this?
The role of internet, I will use Sudan as a perfect example. It was a tech-savvy protest. Okay. It just started online, and then gradually they took it down to the neighborhood to neighborhood, doorstep to doorstep, and then the crowd became so massive. That was how they were able to succeed. Okay. Now, the internet is playing a very vital role because you don't need it. Is yes, I will refer back to the NSAS. Okay. It was also tried as a leaderless protest. Okay. No leader, but they were all saying the same thing.
Speaking with one voice.
Speaking with one. So it's first of all gather momentum on the media, because you now have people who are self-savvy, who can express themselves, and the Strait of X is a raw platform
where anything goes.
Anything goes. So
uncensored.
If you go back to X, if you go now, as speaking, you see a lot of anger issues, and that will spark up your anger.
All right.
And if you're looking at it, is there any means I can just express my anger?
All right, let's take a pause there. Of course, I'm getting back to you right after this break. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Well, it's good to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Williams, before we went on that break, you were, giving us some sort of expose as to how the internet contributes to all of this.
So, while on the news flash, there was a news that caught my attention. Yes. And if we go down to the Strait of S, I bet you that thing is already trending, giving you both sides of reaction. And I will cite an example with the divide protest. It has gone down online, so I will use it as an example. Now, this is it. Why it will be online trending? Now, they will tell you the sensitivity of security issues in Benue, and then you are saying that they should reopen 2 constituencies there for election purpose. Now, they will tell you why you are concerned about winning election. People are dying. So why is it not that you are ordering the Nigerian defense, Nigerian chief of army staff to take high-powered troop down to Benue and go and restore peace and order? That would have been a very good one. And then come again, that same thing that will be trending now, then you see other people there, they divide in the internet. Because of 2020 NSAS protest, they discovered that it started gather momentum online. Now they've recruited down soldiers online. So while you are there, they are attacking you. So when a serious issue generates online, they have young people who come and start engaging. While you are engaging, they are also engaging. They really you who are concerned about this issue, trying to fix this issue.
Just to silence them.
Just to silence them. We don't want to silence them. Say no, this is reasonable. So now you will now be on the both sides. Why it is that these people are being saved for the next social media sparked protest is because they've already taken their own device to empower them. And now there was one tweet, that one DM that was trending also on X, where a government agent was trying to recruit an influencer, a popular influencer, to come and be, they call, retweeting.
Okay.
They call, it's also called retag, like tagging.
Okay, tagging. Okay.
Tag, retweet,
okay.
tag, and we share. All
So
those
more like a leaked chat.
Yes, leaked chats. The same person leaked it with a proxy account. You understand? So when I say proxy account, they have their real face account, and they also have their proxy account. So we know the person that, we have social media, we know how these things work. So the person will not say, I will apply, we will give you 200,000 just to be sharing and tagging. And the person says, that cheap. You think I'm that cheap? Just for me to be your own failure. I should be trying to
garnish it and make it look good.
Say you go, and then you insulted the person, and then the lady quickly block the person. And then they shared it on and said, look at how they are. So there are a lot of people who also gone in line with such offer. They are out there online. Why there are some who they have not even contacted at all? But though it's politics, you understand.
Of course.
There will always be that. But they will not start to look at the situation of the country. You are also saying that no, it is not. So now, because of that, they now encourage their own too. So they gather momentum, they water down the momentum, gather momentum, they water down the momentum. So they all say, so you don't really know who are we coming out, who is going to come out to protest. They're waiting for the first person to make the move. So they know that they've done a lot of damage to the system, that they don't even want to see anything called protest. So they now want to take it. Let's take it to them with our own soldiers.
Movement. Okay.
Social media soldiers are called them like that. Influencers. There's even one on my list that is spearheading a support group
for the elite.
Yes, for the elite. We are friends. Sponsoring a support group.
So what would you say might have happened behind the scene? Would you say envelopes might have changed hands?
Part of it, converted.
Okay.
We call it in the social media, we call it brainwashed.
Brainwashed,
So,
okay.
Brainwashed. Yeah. So because of the envelope brainwashed and then the envelope attached to it, they will not say, okay, after all, I've been sustained a little bit. But still telling you actually are going to buy for. You will go to the market. The envelope will get finished now within the space of 2 weeks. It will finish. You never get to 2 weeks. You are buying for 1,350. Are you going to? How much are you going to? For now, for you to get a full tank, you are spending way close to 60,000 to get a full tank.
Wow.
And then you also have, there's no light. So you also championing for the government. There's no light. You will still buy for your generator. So you see, these are issues.
So complex.
Yes, very complex. But there again, you then wonder why people also want to start telling you that no, this is not the real thing. This is the real thing. But there again, we also have people who are true to this. They are also there on that same street, battling it to them. And then until the day to get back again through the social media, and it's one of the beautiful places to gather momentum. You stay together, and then let me address this issue. It's not as if these people, they are doing it because of they want to destroy the country or they want to scatter government establishment. No, they are doing it for your own good. They are doing it for the good of your children. They are doing it for the leaders to be held accountable. You can't be spending money and then you are not. Now, let me give you one shocking thing. The president is the first time in history that the president is running 3 budgets concurrently. At a go. That is a criminal offense in the first place for impeachment. Coming back to the Senate, a National Assembly. This thing is happening in your eyes, and then you are welcoming another budget. If this is approved, it's coming 4.
Thereby making it complicated.
So where are you getting this money from? Which same particular budget are you getting this money from now? Where are you spending from? So it becomes so confusing. These are what daylight offense, impeachable offense.
In an ideal democracy.
And then it's also on the streets of media, social media is still there. They're also trying to make sure that, see now, you must understand that these things are for the purpose of bringing to you so that you hold the government accountable, legislative, holding government accountable. They will bring it to you, but they are not doing anything about it. And these people are getting angry day by day. This is a criminal offense that is going on, and you are allowing it.
So tell me how they
Now-
won't take to the streets in protests.
I'm coming, we'll get it. Now, yesterday, it took them 4 hours. In space of 4 hours, they approved the $9 billion loan. Another issue that is. So, when this issue starts, it just take one big influencer to tweet, let's protest. Tweet, hashtag. They will start there and then they'll gather. Then people will start saying, meet me at social location, they'll refund this, that. Before you know, we're on the street. You just need to start from one state and then the video. This one that is happening at the front of Ekosodi Junction precisely is already trending on social media. It just need more lights, retweet, share, like, comment, and then it's already on. It's
People take to the street.
People start trooping to the street. Before you know it's gathering momentum. The whole place is shut down. The whole country is shut down.
All right, thank you very much, Williams. That was another very brilliant one. Now, I'd like to ask you this, Deacon Matthew. You are an entrepreneur,
Yes.
and I don't mind to say, is the devil's workshop.
You're right.
How do you think unemployment contributes to, civil unrest in Africa?
It is what exacerbates, what makes it become more tough, because man must eat. Basic needs must be met. In management theory, there's what we call Abraham's theory of needs, from the basic necessity, to status and all of that. And the Bible also said, having food and raiment, that's the basic. Food and shelter yourself before you talk about clothe yourself before you talk about shelter. So when you don't have any of this, then when you are hungry, my brother, when you are seeing one, it looks like
A hungry man is an angry man.
You understand? So, but when you find something doing, that will preoccupy you. Before the day goes down, the strength, you'll be worn out, that taking to the streets will not be an option. And that is why we are asking the government, if at all you cannot create employment for the massive graduates that are turned out every year, create an enabling environment so that people can engage themselves, what we call self-employment. You can set up a small, even from micro. It starts from micro, then before you see small, before you see medium, and all of that.
Yeah.
If there is good road, there is constant power supply, you see many of these things, even though the fear they are still increasing it, but we try to bear until it, it's not get to a point where we cannot take it anymore. You understand? And another thing I'm seeing is that there is no effective opposition in government, and that is what is making it worse. Turning the country into one party system, it is not helping us. See, a man that does not have criticism is not doing well. If all men say good of you, the Bible says, he said, woe to that man whom all men say well of. It is not ideal. The moment you are in opposition, DSS come after you, EFCC come. It is not proper. Look at America. We see America like two parties, but there are many parties. But this is what is. Who is a Democrat will be a Democrat even unto death. You understand? Bringing that, in fact, being a Democrat in power, like the Republicans in power now, there are contributions, ideas from the democratic system that they put side by side, juxtapose, to help the government source, even though being a Republican. Not just that, everything about another party that's not in power in Nigeria is useless. Human capital from there is useless. Ideas, brilliant ideas, even projects that have been started from other political party is terminated. You will not start new one. You even go and build new road close to the one that have been started that just needed completion. You go and maybe sometime they will remove the asphalt. You want to start again.
All
you
the
make a new budget
to discredit the previous administration.
Yeah, we going, and natural resources budget is what is being expended. Then you begin to see new approval, new every year. Even close to 5 Junction, there are some spots in the town, that you just see a little pothole that wheelbarrow can fix. They will allow it to degenerate until you now make it a state budget. Where are we going, my brother? Like as I have said before, political party will come and go, but the value of your currency remain. The importance of the level of your economy, you know, in the international community is what is being talked about.
All right.
You understand? When you talk about just like the football, they will say Nigeria is so position in FIFA ranking. Then come to Africa. You understand? That is what we are talking. We are not talking about the coach or the captain of the team. We are talking about Nigeria as a footballer. How do you call it? I'm not. You understand?
All right.
We are not talking about who is the coach there that will make it rise or that will. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
But we are looking at it as a nation.
Yeah.
And that is what it is. Look at our debt profile.
It's all right. It's okay. Sure, we can direct it. Hold that thought. Well, you asked a very salient question, though.
Yes.
Where are we going? And that actually reminds us of the fact that independent television and radio is 29th, and we are going to be asking the very, very important question.
Quo vadimos.
Where are we going? Well, we have to go on this very important break now, and when we return to be time for the final lap of the show, please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. This is the final lap of this week's episode of Flipside on independent television. Now, if you take a look around you, gentlemen, you see a lot of young people with amazing potentials, right? With huge following, you know, huge influence, especially on social media. They have lots of young people looking up to them.
Like very dark man.
When they sneeze, in fact, a lot of young people literally catch a cold. Now, that underscores how very influential these guys are.
Yes.
Now, taking a look at the personalities of these people, do you think they possess the qualities, you know, to drive the kind of positive change that the majority of young people are looking forward to? Or you think that they might be susceptible to corruption, thereby thwarting whatever hope that there might be as far as youthful protests or youthful revolutions are concerned?
Yes, beyond the social media influencing and all of that, even from the Bible days where the history was written, you know, leaders are born and it is generational. So social media is giving it more credence in time like this, you know, and it's saddening. The backlash is that we have politicized everything. And even when these people, you know, are evolving, gathering momentum, gathering population to do positive change, make positive impact, they will water it down politically. I mean those politicians, because they think you are criticizing them. You are allowing them not to operate, you know, that will be beneficial to their interests. So that is the pain. Even we just talk about, you know, if you are not in their party, they will come. That is as to political parties.
Yeah.
Now we are talking about social media influencers. You know, they will want to. If you make any tweet or make any post that is anti-government, you just see. There's a guy, you know, we hear of Obaka, a fiscally challenged, who just wrote on his car, you know, against the government. They came to pick the car off, you know, just in his street there.
So speaking against the government is considered treason, right? You
understand? What we are saying is that they see that we are attacking them, but that is not the essence of it. You know, it is to make positive impact. What is not going nowhere, you know, make a change so that you bring the desired result for the consumption of everyone.
All right.
Know. So that is the whole something that, you know, politicizing, you know, the attack is where we have the problem.
Okay.
You understand?
Thank you very much, Deacon Matthew. Now, Williams, the young people we have around us today, let's not go too far. We have the likes of, the popular influencer Martin Sose, you know, also known as Very Dark Man. Now, taking a look at these guys, they are very influential. And like I said, they command a lot of respect from young people. Do you think these guys have what it takes to drive the change that the youthful population are looking forward to? Or you think they are corruptible as well?
See, this matter is very, very dicey. I'll tell you what.
Okay.
This same person you call now, there was a time I expected him to do a lot, but he didn't act as what I was expecting. Then I became suspicious. I've been, for some time,
been observing him.
I've been observing him.
Okay.
And I'll give you some reservations, And then I'll tell you why. Why you're having these influencers, we don't even really know who is totally for the interest of the people, because like I said before, they've taken it now to go meet the real protesters, the real youths who are eager for good governance.
Okay.
So they cautiously build their own influencers. Give them the money, make them look good, make them appealing, let the people love you, gather these followers, and then when it's time to protest, make a tweet, divide the protest. All my people, Mona enter us. The protest not really, you understand? He made that statement when they were in there at Abuja, saying that there should be e-transmission of results to IREC. He made the statement that if he will not see those opposition leaders there, he's not going to come out. And then people have been saying that if he is not the center of the protest, he is not making any statement about it, he's not there. And then I know that that's true. And then one of the opposition leaders came up, even 2 or 3, they came up. I downloaded the video, posted it on my social media, I tagged him. A lot of people started tagging him. These people are out already, so why are you not out? He made the statement clearly. He said his own group, he has his name, he said they should all go inside. We are not going in, we are not coming out. Now imagine somebody that have close to 5 million followers. And remember, we talk about those issue of stand, yes, the issue of stand, you understand? People, they follow you rigorously.
Blindly.
So he said, we are not going out. Imagine if, for example, out of the 5 million, 3 million obeyed.
Okay.
That is the youth that would have been on the streets to protest for that issue.
To bring the change.
All right. They won't withdraw. So what I'm trying to let you know that we don't really know who are they, but they are youth who are really eager, and we can make sure them that youth are really eager.
And if they are focused, they can.
Focused, very focused. A lot of them on social media are very focused, but you don't see them. When they make the restatement, DSS is coming for them. DSS has not really come for those that will know that they are for the government.
All right.
But the real ones that make the statement, DSS will come for them. None of them were in prison.
So the ones that are getting away with such statements are moving. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I actually do wish we had more time, but this is where we're going to be calling it a day on today's episode of the show. I want to say a big thank you to you for doing me the honor of being on the show with me, and I'm hoping that the next time I call upon you, you will oblige me. All right, it's been Flipside on Independent Television, and I guess my guests have said it all. An idea whose time has come cannot be stopped.
Yes.
So let's do the needful. As young people, we owe ourselves and our future, on our future generations, of course, the passion to bring about the change, because it begins with a passion. Once you're passionate about change, it's only a matter of time before it begins to manifest. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Live. Top of the morning to you. Welcome on board. This is This Morning on ITV. We're live here in Edo State, Nigeria. Thank you so much for always staying and joining us every single day on the morning breakfast show. I am Anuluwapo Stevens here with Harry Aigboje. Good morning, Harry.
Good morning.
How are you nodding your head? You're expecting something different.
Actually, Anyways, let me reserve that. Good morning to you. You look gorgeous.
Thank you so much, and you look great yourself.
Gracias.
So during the course of this bit, we'll also be joining our colleague in Lagos and in Abuja, where we have in Abuja, we're going to have Charity Tanko, and also hopefully we have Patricia Gabriel joining us live in Lagos this morning. So a lot of things to talk about. But earlier this week, we saw a protest in Abuja where retired police officers staged a protest to the force headquarters to demand for payment of their pension. Now, to put it out there that this is not the first time we're hearing and seeing cases like this, but the question is why? Imagine spending all of your youthful years in service, and then at the end of the day, you come out, you retire, and it's really difficult for you to leave. Why? Because your pension is not being given to you as at when it ought to, and there's little or nothing that is even coming into your hand at that moment. And mind you, a lot of persons like that would have children to feed, family, wives, uncle. In Nigeria, where we still have the black tax, you know, operating by the side. So it's a whole lot, Harry.
Yes, it is. The Holy Book says, "He who does not eat, let him not. He who does not work, let him not eat." So, in all fairness to them, it's only proper that since they've spent the better part of their lives, you know, serving the nation and of course protecting lives and property of citizens, they should get what accrues to them. But it is unfortunate that we live in a country where you give in your very best, you know, invest so much time, energy, performing your task, and of course living up to expectation, only for you to get to the point where you should actually start reaping the fruits and of course enjoying the fruits of your labor, and then you're told that you're not going to get it yet. And it's crazy because these people have actually done a whole lot. They've sacrificed their lives. Many of them, in fact, not all of them that started out, you know, is in this protest right now. Some of them are dead and gone, you know, so it's only fair. It's only fair that they get what they deserve, but it's really unfortunate. But again, let's not also forget that some of them are part of the reason the nation is the way it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're sounding like a typical Nigerian,
well,
because
I am a Nigerian.
Of course, because when I was going through netizens' fields online, I mean, at some point they went there. They said these are the same persons that would siphon money and be on the road and do all of this and support the government.
Absolutely.
Little did you know that you also have your own fair share of what Nigerians have been facing.
Well, karma is not friendly. Do you understand? It's only a matter of time. We'll all report we sow. You know, we know how these people come out in full force, you know, to resist the people every time they raise an eyebrow, every time they, you know, come out in protest against bad governance. They tear gas them, they, you know, harass them, and all of that. And who would have ever imagined that they too will get to this point where they are protesting against the government? Now, it actually tells you that what goes around comes around. And I hope that the policemen that are in active duty today are taking a cue from them. They're learning from them. Because if they don't, they too will get to this point, and then they'll become a talking point as well.
Well, the question is, are they? So from what you said, what I can deduce is it's pretty much a vicious circle.
It is.
Now let's move over now to Abuja and Lagos, where I hear that Patricia Gabriel is on. Good morning, Patricia. Let me start with the lady, because the ladies first, they say. And also Ikarata live in Abuja. Good morning. Good morning to you, Patricia. Welcome on board. Please join in on the conversation.
Good morning, Anu. Let me start by saying it's raining cats and dogs here in Lagos.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it was so difficult for me to get into the office this morning, but thank God I made it here. Okay, so we're talking about the police retired officers who are demonstrating or protesting for their pension. It is a sad one. I do not understand why their pension wouldn't be paid to them. And if you want to find out what those pensions are, it's a peanut compared to all the monies that we have been borrowing in Nigeria for what we use them for, I do not know. These men have served the country and they deserve to be paid. But like you all say there back there in Benin, okay, they're having their fair share too, because when we are protesting, they're out there pouring us tear gas. But then again, if you want to look at it, it's their job. They must do their job. Once you're on the uniform, you do not have excuse not to carry out your duty. I'm sure some of them wouldn't want to, because it touches them too. It pains them. They have children at home. They have civilians also who are related to them. But then again, once you are posted, if I mean, I was discussing one of them, the police constable, and when he mentioned what he's being paid, it was very alarming. And then I think the federal government should look into their salaries.
Absolutely.
Probably that will help them to stop collecting money from motorists and, you know, people on the streets working on their own. But then again, I have a problem with police. I need to talk about it this morning since we have the opportunity to, you know, talk about the police people. Why do they harass young boys on the streets? Every young boy they see, they stop, they search. And I don't understand. I had to stop one of them one day. I said, why are you doing this? Don't you have a young son at home? I don't understand. It's every young boy that is a criminal. They harass young boys too much, especially here in Lagos. It's becoming very alarming, and the police authorities has to, you know, look into this. Right. So that all that can be stopped, because the young boys are scared to walk around the streets, especially here in Lagos State. I do not know why they do that. They harass these boys, collect every little money they have from them and everything. It's not every child out there that's a 419, like they will claim, oh, it's 419. It's not every child. I mean, there's a way you want to search them. There's a way you interrogate them, not by harassing them.
Okay,
anyway,
Patricia.
That's for the police. But from Lagos State this morning, we're going to be looking at the insecurity, you know, the terror attacks linked to plots against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we're looking at what are the implications on the coming election, the 2027 election. Is he really being attacked by the killings? This and more we're going to be looking at from our Lagos Network studio. Anu.
Okay, Patricia, thank you so much. Now let me move over to Ikarata in Abuja. I'd love to get your input on what we have been talking about as regards the retired police officers staging a protest to the headquarters, because you are very close to that axis. And also, if you check the front page of the newspaper this morning on Nigerian Tribune, it says that Nigeria's insecurity has reached state of war. What do you make out of this? And I don't know if you listened to a recent interview done by a sister station where Peter Obi was categorically saying that in a sane environment, when brigadier generals or policemen or security outfits or security architecture loses their life, I mean numbers of them, they would have declared a state of war in a sane nation. Now, what do you make out of everything so far?
Okay, I think I know the fundamental thing is that it's quite sad that the narrative given to the killings by politicians, considering what Godswill Obot Akpabio said the day before yesterday, that all these killings are politically motivated and the killings will be ending 2 weeks after election, shows that for the politicians, particularly those in government, any killing that is going on is not seen from the perspective of life, but from the perspective that it is politically motivated. And so they may not be so disturbed. Right? Vice President Kashim Shettima had been traveling around. Anywhere anybody dies, he goes there. In Borno, he was in Kebbi day before yesterday. Anywhere anybody just died, he will be sent there to go and say, we share your pain, we feel your pain, and all of that. I think the fundamental thing is for government to understand, like I keep saying here, Section 14, 2B says clearly in our constitution that the primary purpose of government is the security and the welfare of the citizen. That's the cardinal issue why government exists. The welfare issue, there's hunger in the land. The security issue, we are seeing killings are going on. And Akpabio is saying, as far as it's concerned, these are politically motivated killings, that politicians are not happy with President Tinubu, they want to derail him. That was the same lie they told Goodluck Jonathan when the Chibok girls were taken away, that all this we are tied to stopping you from winning. And that's what the APC put pressure on Jonathan. But now when pressure comes, you see persons not want to take it. But I think those in government and those in the security agencies, the service chiefs and others just need to wake up and do what is needful. But Anu, if you will permit me some latitude here, what we discussed earlier about the police pension scheme, let me tell you why they are very bitter here. The police was removed from its normal conventional pension that our parents are in and taken to contributory pension scheme, and they were kept there while their colleagues in the army, the DSS, and several other agencies still exist in the conventional pension scheme. Now, some of them are going home with meager sum of 50,000 naira, some 40, some that, while their contemporaries in other security agencies are taking over 600, 700, 800,000 naira home. And what makes the police all different is that there was a dubious twist when the IGP removed his name from that pension scheme. The DIGs were removed, the AIGs were removed. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. Why should the IG take himself away that this pension scheme is not good for me as IG, it's not good for the DIG, it's not good for the AIG, but it is good for other policemen? That is why they are on the street saying, look, if you guys could go back, even without changing the Police Act, to remove yourself, why don't we also get removed? When you see your friend, my father is a soldier. What my father earned or has been earning since he retired from the army voluntarily in 1986 is far more than what most police retired as a corporal. The question now is, how best can we run a system like this where we see severe inequality, where we don't take themselves out of the pension scheme because it wasn't good for them, but it was good for the over 70, 80,000 persons down the lane? And the question we'll be asking, like what you raise about the policemen collecting bribe and others, it's not only police. If you take from Benin to Abuja, the military guys collect. They collect from trailers. That's the truth. You see them collect from trailers. Why the police collect from smaller vehicles? They have shared how they collect this. Police don't touch trailer. That one is for the military. The other smaller vehicle they touch. One some of the transporters, they don't even stop transport vehicle, the main non-transport. I asked why. They say those ones have settled. That means the transporters have a way of settling and block to the August. So any vehicle that is a transporter, a non-transporter, branded vehicle, we don't touch those ones because they have settled somebody somewhere at the top. Why they now look at the Anu, the Andoje, the Patricia, and the Atta who drive in Corolla, particularly Corolla, they will stop you, bring your family out, and be looking for what does not exist. I think it's all about the deep rot in our system here. But we just pray that the policemen are taken out of that pension scheme. If you can take the army out, take DSS out, take some other agencies out, then take the policemen out, or bring the IGP back to the scheme, the AIG, the DIGs, let them come in, so that when they come in, they will all sweat it out together, and they will know what is good. But generally, by and large, from Abuja and Anu, we look at the worsening insecurity in the land. So much killing of security personnel. Yesterday we saw of Edo-born Useni Abramo in Meduguri, and as well as several others that were killed. We know about the one that happened in Kebbi recently, where about 13 persons were killed, 9 of whom are soldiers, the rest are police personnel here. We're asking the question, now that they are killing the persons who are to secure us, the fundamental issue is, what is wrong? Are we really safe? Are we losing it? And tactically, the question which we'll be asking our guests here is the issue of intelligence gathering. Those days we had the NSO, now we have the DSS, we have the DMI, we have the states, the first CID, we even have some CIDs at state level. What is the infiltration level? How come these guys are coming out all out and are killing at will, escaping with nobody being brought to book? So that's the sad irony, and we pray that we're able to get this discussion on and get the public, and also hope that government doing the needful.
Absolutely. Well, great analysis, I must say, Karata. And just to add my own 2 cents, that it's a systematic problem we're facing on the country. Thank you so much, gentleman, and the lady will join you shortly. So it seems to us right now in Nigeria that if we're not talking about insecurity, we're talking about politics. Well, here in Benin, our main focus would be to review the ADC National Convention and extray rising issues, because within a couple of hours after the convention was held in Abuja, we have been seeing persons being suspended here in Edo State. At some point, we heard that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar also got suspended, even though we also did hear that it was just a media stunt. And interestingly, yesterday, Atiku Abubakar was on a sister station and was analyzing basic issues. So we'll talk about that. But away from politics and insecurity in the country, we'll also turn our attention to the National Human Rights Commission, as they recently received or released a record that says that 659,617 violations were actually experienced in the first quarter of this year, 2026. So we'll take a look at that and see how we even got to that big number. All of this and more right after this break.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back. It's now time for us to take a look at a couple of national dailies this morning. We begin with the Guardian newspaper. On the major headline, it says, fresh concerns over funding risks Nigeria's public debt hits 159.28 trillion naira. You get details of this story on page 6 of the Guardian this morning. Well, away from that, Dangote, Pope, Trump makes time 100 most influential people on page 4 of the Guardian newspaper this morning. ADC crisis depends as Kachuku slams NBA over no court stance. Nigeria orders to negotiate $11.7 trillion debt, $920 billion servicing costs. Now, still on the front page of the Guardian newspaper this morning, Keyamo laments $2.5 billion maintenance costs as United Airlines records 5th bird strike on page 4. 2027, Atiku rallies opposition as APC defends processes on page 6. Well, interestingly, on the front page of the Guardian newspaper this morning, we have pictures of soldiers as we get to have a feel of what happened yesterday, as it says that the late Brigadier General Hussaini Brahima, the Captain Michael, and a host of other gallant soldiers who paid the supreme price in line of duty during an attack by terrorists in Borno State were laid to rest at the Mai Malari Cantonment Cemetery in Borno State yesterday. Well, may the souls of the departed rest in peace. Amen. Now, moving away from that, 2027, CSOs set agenda for candidates, demand SDG-aligned manifestos. Now, that's on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. I think that's all we have on the Guardian newspaper this morning.
All right, let's shift our attention to this day newspaper. And this day is leading with two major headlines. The first one says, Atiku, Tinubu can't win free, fair election in 2027. Atiku, Tinubu can't win free, fair election in 2027. Excuse me. And of course, the next one says, Yilwatda, ADC, others should put their house in order. Yilwatda, ADC, others should put their house in order. And right under that, ex-VP says 2027 will be his last shot at presidency. Ex-VP says 2027 will be his last shot at presidency. Well, who is the ex-VP we're talking about? Well, you might need to get a copy of this day newspaper to figure that out. And right above the masthead, this one says, Gulf crisis, IMF plans $50 billion support for Nigeria, other vulnerable nations. It's actually very funny that Nigeria is considered a vulnerable nation, given our giant of Africa persona. Gulf crisis, IMF plans $50 billion support for Nigeria and other vulnerable nations. And of course, still on this day newspaper, right under that particular headline, oil prices stable at $95 as U.S.-Iran talks raise hope. Oil prices stable at $95 as U.S.-Iran talks raise hope. And next to that says, war very close to over. And that's credited to U.S. President Donald Trump. War very close to over. That actually raises hopes, and we pray that this war comes to an end, because just like the popular adage says, when two elephants fight, the grass underneath suffer. And then this other one says, Iran's military threatens Red Sea shipping if U.S. blockade continues. Iran's military threatens Red Sea shipping if U.S. blockade continues. Now, this sounds like a contradiction of the statement credited to the U.S. President Trump, where he said that the war is very close to being over. Anyways, that's all that we've got on this day newspaper.
Okay, the Vanguard newspaper is up next. This time around, it's leading with amend the new tax law, PIA, Electricity Act now, NESG speaking. Well, subwriter says, definition of small businesses in Tax Act should align with definitions in CAMA Act. Identifies need for state legal frameworks to foster collaboration with DISCOs. Arts amendment will foster enabling business environment. Power Up Nigeria, OGSPAN backs NESG. Away from that, Middle East crisis, IMF plans $50 billion lifeline for Nigeria. Others on page 20. NCAA certifies Enugu International Airport on page 11. ACF raises alarm, says insecurity has reached state of war. Subwriter says 6 soldiers, woman killed in fresh Boko Haram attack on military formation in Borno. 2027 is my last attempt. Nigerians should trust me. Who was speaking? Atiku Abubakar. Well, remember during the start of the show, I said he granted an interview with a sister station and said a whole lot of things. So that we're now picking out headlines from what he said. Do you think this is right, or is just a political statementary? Now, mind you, this man has been running for the post of the president for as long as I can remember, and he's now given one of the American, is it Martin Luther King, who eventually got into the system. What do you make out of this? Do you think he's correct? And should Nigerians hold him by his word?
This is particularly funny because I remember the first time something like this actually went viral. I think that was when it was first rumored that he said that he was not going to run for election anymore. And he was very quick to dismiss it, you know, saying that he doesn't know where all of that was coming from. Okay, so he doubled on his stance that he wasn't going anywhere and that he has good intentions for Nigerians, and he was going to keep contesting until he got it right. But it's actually funny that he's saying now that this is his last attempt at the presidency. The question is, what changed? Is it that reality is suddenly beginning to set in, and he's beginning to see that, you know, he probably doesn't stand a chance after this particular shot? Well, I guess Nigerians will have to figure that out.
And then again, maybe he feels he's going to be given the ticket. But what if he doesn't get a ticket in the ADC? Wouldn't we see him run again in the next election aside 2027? At the end of the day, it's politics, really. Now, away from that, let's still move back to the Vanguard newspaper, where we have another interesting headline that says, Annual Flood Outlook, floods to hit Bayelsa, Delta, Adamawa, Kebbi, 29 other states. The federal government alerting state governors already. Now let's hope they are being proactive with their activities moving forward, as we eventually are already in the rainy season. Federal government drops terrorism financing charge against ex-AGF, Malami and Son. Now, is that all we have on the Vanguard newspaper? Still on the front page, it says Nigeria not at war with itself but enemies. Who was speaking? Information Minister Idris on page 8. Dangote, Pope, Trump, others named in Time 100 most influential people for 2026 on page 20. Now, finally, on the Vanguard this morning, Nigeria's inflation rate rises to 15.38% after 11-month decline. Well, that's all the Vanguard have in stock for us today. Harry?
And next on our radar is the Daily Sun. And on the Daily Sun is this screamer that says, insecurity escalating to war situation. Insecurity escalating to war situation. And that's credited to Arewa. And right under that, rising terror concerning, and that's credited to Afenifere. And still under that particular headline, U.S. lawmaker demands Matawale's removal, and that will be found on page 6 of the Daily Sun newspaper. And right above that, airlines to shut down operations April 20th over 300% jet fuel price surge. Airlines to shut down operations April 20th over 300% jet fuel price surge. And still on the Daily Sun newspaper, 33 states FCT face high flooding, FG1s. 33 states FCT face high flooding, FG1s. Osun, Enugu, Kogi, Adamawa, 6 other states risk cholera over flood. And that's really concerning, and I think the affected states, people in the affected states should do the needful and be proactive, just so it doesn't get to a point where everyone is running helter-skelter. And still on the Daily Sun newspaper, Governor Mba, transformer and entrepreneur, says French ambassador. Governor Mba, transformer and entrepreneur, says French ambassador. And next to that is 2027, my last in presidential contest. And that's coming from former Vice President Atiku. 2027, my last in presidential contest, Atiku. And then NNPCL must account for 210 trillion naira by April 29th. And that's coming from the Nigerian Senate. NNPCL must account for 210 trillion naira by April 29th. Senate insists. And finally, on the Daily Sun newspaper, APC Chair Yewatda replies David Mark's claim on Tinubu running one-man show. APC Chair Yewatda replies David Mark's claim on Tinubu running a one-man show, and that can be found on page 8 of the Daily Sun newspaper this morning.
We'll wrap up with the Nation newspaper this morning, leading with politics. As it says, ADC presidential ticket tears Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso apart. Subwriter says Momodu Tanko clash over primary. Nephew Bala writes off convention. Okay, away from that, Yelwater, APC in good standing, no fear of implosion, says party chair. Local airlines threaten shutdown over fuel costs on page 7. Away from that, I think we've highlighted basically all of the headlines this morning, but let me just add this one that says tough times ahead, IMF warns. Subwriter says oil price volatility to worsen oversupply gaps, urge Nigeria to build fiscal shields with oil waned fall. That's how we get to leave the conversation here this morning on the newspaper review. Do well to pick up any of the copies to stay abreast with what is going on in Nigeria and also in the world at large as regards the Middle East crisis as well. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to the first leg of the conversation as we get to review the ADC convention. Interestingly, on all of the pages of the newspaper, we're seeing reactions and counter reactions from the convention that was held on the 15th of April 2026. Please join us again.
ITV, certainly the best.
The African Democratic Congress, ADC, held its national convention in Abuja on April 14th to 15th, 2026. Now, this happened amid a leadership crisis, court orders, and of course, venue disputes. Led by Senator David Mark, the convention took place at the Rainbow Event Center in Abuja, where the party ratified a new constitution and expelled factional leaders, should I say factional chairmen this time around. Well, joining us this morning virtually right here in Edo State, Nigeria is Mr. Roy Obibebo. He is a public affairs analyst that joins live this morning. Good morning, Mr. Roy. Good to have you join us today. Okay, please, can you help us unpack what actually happened at the ADC convention in Abuja during the course of this week?
Well, I'm not a member of the ADC.
Right.
But I wish them well from a distance. But I don't see them doing well because I see them like a group of persons that are confused. You know, one would be thinking by now that we have a very formidable opposition. That we are not saying. The opposition is not opposing anything. It's just a group of persons who want to have seek for relevance and recognition. That is where I see them. Because if you fundamentally look at ADC as a party, you find that they have no direction. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see it as a serious business because there are many intrigues surrounding it. There are different pronouncements coming from the judiciary. Therefore, one would naturally expect them to maintain a studying assignment. They went ahead. Let's see how it will go for them. I'm not seeing them as a serious opposition.
Now, when you say you don't see them as a serious opposition, what really do you mean? Is it in terms of how they organize themselves or in terms of the internal disputes that we have been seeing so far? Now, mind you, some of the chieftains in the party have actually alleged that the ruling party and external forces is actually sponsoring everything that's been going on so far. So help us break that down. What do you mean by not being serious?
No. When you are saying your own party, you are saying it's the external affair, is the party in power that is destabilizing your party. That's a lazy man conclusion. You know, NDC must demonstrate that they want to offer neutrality. What we expect them to be at the front, to be very proactive. Is it the party in power that makes them not to organize themselves? Did you know what the convention done? The mere printing of tag, they were not able to get it right. This as an opposition, we are not able to spend the one delegates. Is the APC that is responsible for that? These are a group of persons who believe that they want to oppose, but they are not willing to oppose. There must be a sign of seriousness from the opposition. You are dealing with a party that is not in power. What naturally is that if, as I said, I will continue to let them know, if the party in power is sitting down, opposition needs to be running. If the party in power is crying, opposition needs to be moving. That is how to show seriousness. That is how to show a sense of direction. I have challenged them to stop calling on the APC. That is the reason why they are not getting it right. In that issue, if they organize and they are aware of where they are heading to, they should be able to get it right. As of today, we don't even know how many factions are in the state. If we have to use a state as an example, we don't know. Different persons, I think yesterday I saw some persons suspending some of the leadership of the party, the other one reacting as if it's a child's play. And that's the reason why I find it difficult to take them serious.
Now, speaking about those suspension, aside the ones that happened yesterday that we also saw in the news in those states, do you think it's just a media stunt? Because we also had counter reactions to it saying it's just a media stunt. Now, mind you, a couple of days ago we saw on the front pages of the newspaper that even the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has also been suspended from the ADC, and of course he reacted to that yesterday. So what do you make out of the whole situation in that regards?
What you remember is that one, they are not organized for progression. I see no reason why they continuously want to distract Nigerians. Why we expect them before coming as opposition to organize yourself to that level that Nigeria will take you see. They are looking for an alternative.
All right, Mr. Roy. If I got you correctly,
I want to provide alternative for us. Issues. One from all the states in the federation, from Adamawa to.
All right, comrade. I actually do. I hope you can hear me. But let me ask you this, comrade. Some persons believe that all of this is born out of, personal interest on the part of some big wigs in the ADC, which is not far from the allegation that this crisis is being sponsored by the APC or some the ruling party. Now, do you think this makes sense? Do you think the reason for these cracks that we're experiencing in the ADC currently is born out of personal interest on the part of some of the big wigs within the party?
Of course, the desperation of their party is too high, and that's the reason why I'm not taking them serious. Since I've been when I was in primary school, Atiku started contesting election, and we are still seeing the character like Atiku. They will see interested in the election. We are seeing character like Meji wants to be president, Bakwaso wants to be president, Obi wants to be president. All these have a way of going down to the world, and some persons within the folk there, they have different candidates they are believing in, or different aspirants, as far as the case may be. They are the people doing themselves, undermining themselves. Not the issue I don't want to hear is that when they come talking about is the party in power. I am not holding brief for the party in power, but they need to be very serious. If you go back to 2015, you will see the desperation. You will see the first attempt from the APC when they were coming as an opposition, how they were able to humble PDP. I believe that this is supposed to have a case study already. They should follow the roadmap, but they are not doing that. How do you win a national election when within your ward there is no state that you don't have issue within your ward level, at the level of who and who is presiding over your party? How can you go to an election like that? And that's the reason why I keep on appealing to them. They must come out as a serious alternative. Nigeria needs an alternative, no doubt, but I'm not seeing that in the APC. Very unfortunate that is my conclusion.
Okay, even though some persons would say all of this really just a mere coincidence, because We saw what happened with the PDP when they were all over the news trying to get their act right and house together. And we also had conversation as regards the, the ruling party feeling some of this. And now the PDP, to some people, is no longer existing. And now a new bride in the system comes along, and all of a sudden, a couple of months after, we are now beginning to see some hitches and loopholes and internal disputes affect the party. Now, some persons would say that perhaps it's not just mere coincidence. But away from that, Comrade Roy, let's move back to the convention. There was no presence of the electoral umpire on the ground that day, that's INEC. Do you think this is going to shape or change the outcome of all of the things that was actually, talked about or highlighted during the National Convention?
Of course, it's going to affect. It's a constitutional matter. INEC is supposed to monitor their election. Who are they going to be reporting to? Is it not the INEC? INEC is at the umpire body in this election. And by the time INEC is telling you what to do, you are doing something different. You are doing yourself. For INEC not to be present in that their convention is already an issue of concern to some of us who are Democrats. Because I don't know how they intend want to go about it. I don't know how they want to reconcile the position that INEC is mandated by the Electoral Act to monitor any convention from a political party. By the time APC start acting as a student, at the same time as the lecturer, at the same time as the examiner, then you begin to wonder, will APC be the judge in their own case? They cannot do that. They cannot eat their cake and have it. That is the point we are making. As far as INEC was not there, I don't know how they intend to maneuver the system. I don't know how they want to reconcile the position, but I am convinced for INEC not to be there, ADC is already due for punishment. And I can assure you that let's wait as the event unfolds what the judiciary will be saying in that direction.
Okay, so just before Harry takes over the baton, interestingly, on the front page of the newspaper this morning, on all over the national dailies, we did see an interesting headline from Atiku Abubakar, where he said that 2027 is going to be his last presidential contest and Nigerians should trust him. That was how a particular newspaper did highlight it. Is this correct in your own analysis with what you've observed so far with the timing of Atiku Abubakar and all of his, actions over the years?
This is not the first time we are hearing such statements from politicians. History have even shown to us that politicians who consistently contest elections don't have anything to offer. You recall a critical example is from later President Buhari. By the time he came on board, we found out that he have nothing to offer. I don't know anything about government and governor. Atiku is a critical example like that we will not take serious. Atiku is just telling us today this is the last time he will be taking a shot of presidency. Let's wait in the next 3-4 years. You see Atiku coming back and they want to contest election. How many politicians are able to keep on to their promises and their position in this part of the world? We have even hearing some aspirants say that we will only do one tenure. Some are saying, just allow. If it is possible, they will tell you that they want to do only 1 month. It's all just political gimmicks and shenanigans to deceive with the people. Atiku will still come and contest again. This is not the first time we are hearing all this from. Since 1993, Atiku have been very consistent in contesting election. In short, people keep on saying that any election Atiku did not contest in Nigeria is not an election. Therefore, you have been a recurrent decimal in our political discourse. I doubt if Atiku can keep to that word that this is the last time. I see him going more.
Okay, comrade, thank you very much. That was a funny one, if you ask me. But one of the major highlights of the convention was the suspension of the factional leaders. Now, do you think that's going to have any negative impact on the ADC going forward, to the general elections?
Of course, it's going to have be part of them. What can the righteous do? What the foundation is fighting, what can the righteous do? They already have not been with failure, as far as I'm concerned, because they have not been able to get their houses in order. They have not been able to put their house in order. How do you reconcile world chairman supporting suspending national leaders of the party? There was even a particular where they are claiming that a particular leader have been expelled from the party. That's already a bad omen. It's a bad omen. The way and manner they formed the opposition. But they were starting this opposition initially, I told them that the foundation was wrong. You don't just go to a political party and chase those in position there and chase them away. You will agree with me that Nigeria is an unusual place. There are persons that are always available to be used. That means that there are many political keyjoys in this country who are always available to be used. They are aware and they are alive. They will also come out to be used. Therefore, that was why I will continue to let APC know that they made a very fundamental error in that issue. And it's going to take the grace of God for them to correct it, because now there are many divisions within the APC. As of today, they have over 4 fractions. Different percentages are laid different to the structure. How are they going to win an election? How are they going to? I pray, I hope they will be able to reconcile themselves if possible, but I don't see that happening.
Well, a lot of things to talk about when we look at what really went down at the convention right there in the ADC in Abuja, ranging from the venue dispute. I'd love you to touch that a little bit, because we saw how it was difficult for them to get a venue, a place to have the convention being done. And it also had to, you know, spit out reaction from the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, where he said that they did not write to his office. At the end of the day, we saw a couple of letters, you know, online and offline, of a written application to the Minister of the FCT office as regards getting a venue. Eventually, they got a venue, and we also got feelers that, oh, the place was so hot. So it seemed to a lot of Nigerians that all of this are just orchestrated plans to field their efforts.
Well, on the strength of that, the venue issue, because they were in a hurry to put this in order, you know, anything have always been in a hurry. They don't observe protocol what they are doing. And that's the reason why the venue became an issue. But if it was deliberate on the part of the government not to let them to have an access, the place where they can gather, to me, I would not subscribe to that. That negate the basic principle of democratic practice. Therefore, if the government of the day was the one who said they refused to give them a venue or to approve venue for them, that is hardly democratic. I won't subscribe to that. I will condemn that in total. Because you must give opportunity to level playing with political parties. You must allow them to have the right to gather their time. If the government, if it is discovered that there is an official record to show that the government of the day prevented them or made an attempt to make sure that they were not able to get a venue, that I have to condemn that. That is against democracy. I won't subscribe to that.
Okay, so if you're just joining us, you're on to This Morning on ITV, and we have been taking a critical look at reviewing the ADC National Convention that went down on the 14th and 15th of April 2026. We're looking at all of the highlights from the land dispute, so to say, the venue dispute, the internal dispute, and a whole lot more. That has been our main focus so far this morning on the show. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to talk about the futuristic outcomes of the ADC moving forward as we head over to the 2027 general election. Please join us again.
All right, welcome back. It's still This Morning on ITV, and we are taking a look at the outcome of the ADC convention that was held on Tuesday. Anyways, we actually want to know the way forward, given all of this development that has taken place. And I want to believe that Comrade Roy Oribabo is still there. So I would like to ask you this, Comrade. These leaders that have been suspended, don't you see them raising dust somewhere along the line as we approach the 2027 election?
Of course, it's an issue, because it's going to be an issue, a great issue to them. Because those suspended, they don't have the right, cannot participate fully in the party activities because they are under suspension. Otherwise, I hope by now APC need to immediately go to the drawing board. APC need to immediately go to the drawing board and strategize. They must come back. This is not time for break game. This is not time. It's only a lazy man that will be minutes. You know what you are doing. Today, and we continue to react, ADCs cannot take them serious as of today as an alternative. They must go back to the drawing board if we must take them serious.
Okay, we must take them. They must go back to the drawing board if we must take them serious. But do you see an emergence of another opposition if the ADC's activities are not satisfactory and you do not see them as a formidable opposition to the ruling party? Do you think it's possible for another force to spring up as we approach the 2027 election?
Of course, we have over, as of today, we have over 12 political parties in Nigeria. Therefore, if the opposition can galvanize themselves and say, well, the platform, they call it DC, is so local favorable, it's not fashionable, it's not healthy and fertile ground for them to congregate, they can immediately look for another political party. In this part of the world, our political parties are not ideologically carried. It's just a mere vehicle. They can quickly run to any other political party who believe in what they believe. It's a mere vehicle and they can use it to come up. But as of today, ADC possesses a serious question mark. They must need to forge ahead, look for any alternative that would be better for them, so that Nigeria will have an alternative to where we are today.
Okay, so as we get to leave the conversation here, on Monday, or should I say during the early part of this week, we had an event held in Abuja where we had a president, the Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Wike was there at the NRS inauguration of the new building event in Abuja, where they addressed a whole lot of things from insecurity down to the opposition parties in Nigeria. And then the president, in his usual way, made a comic relief where he said he was going to send Akpabio down to the opposition to help them salvage the situation that is going on there. And this is not the first time we're hearing or seeing comments like this come out from the president. And oftentimes he also did say that he is not in support of a one-party system. He's not trying to make Nigeria a one-party state. I would love to get your feel on this.
The issue of one-party state, I am one of those who believe that the ruling party as of today, they are working very hard to put their party in order. Opposition need to also work very hard. Because it is natural that you find yourself in position, you will work very hard to sustain and retain that position. I think that is what is going on. As that opposition not to be looking at that, take it to the next level. I'm not seeing it. That is my pain in this country. That oppositions are not proactive. They are not taking it to the next level. They are still operating as if they are nothing at stake. And for the president to be saying that we send Akpabio to them to go and help them, I think that is also a good one. It's indeed a comic disposition. But what does that show to you and I? Is that the president is telling them that you guys are not doing enough as opposition. That is what he's saying. That ADC, you are not doing well as opposition. You can do more better. It's a challenge. I expect them to be challenged with that kind of position for the president. You are aware that this security is no longer news in this part of the world. Nigeria is seriously engulfed in insecurity. The highest level of insecurity in the north now, that is what we are experiencing now. From terrorism to kidnapping to banditry, they all reside and domicile in Nigeria now. Therefore, that is the reason why we have been seeking for an alternative, a government that will come and give us an alternative. But we are not saying.
Okay, Comrade Roy, as we get to leave the conversation here, what do you predict? What are your predictions for the ADC as we move towards the 2027 general election in terms of who would clinch the presidential tickets if they are able to field any candidate for 2027 election? Who do you think is even credible enough? From Peter Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, Rotimi Amechi, Neris El-Rufai, and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. What do you think would happen?
What will happen is that they are going to face primary. We're told that it's going to be direct primary. If the judiciary or the INEC will allow them to feature any candidate, we are told it's going to be direct primary. From there, they will not negotiate within themselves until once of them. But my concern about if the coalition is strictly going to be the northerner versus the southerner, I'm not going to be a party to that. That's the reason why some of us from the distance we have been watching. We don't want to identify with them. until it's properly defined. Because it is not the time that we see a Southerner in government that the Northerners will quickly come and mobilize our people here and start forming coalition. Despite the failure of the last administration under Buhari, the matricles and the wherever, they were also people are very comfortable. That tell me not to be aware that we have a government that is worse in the history of Nigeria. Now, when Jonathan was here as a Southerner, they hurried down and put people together and form a coalition to sit in the Southerner. As of today, they are still gagging up. If it's strictly to remove a Southerner and bring another candidate, just sincerely will not be a party to that. And I can assure you, we will reject and we will confront them through a ballot paper. This is not time. One Nigeria, we should see ourselves as one Nigeria. Not as it once a particular region is in power, you will not go and constitute yourself as a coalition. You will not come and take some person here so you are forming coalition. All because it's certain that is unacceptable to some of us. And that is our point, and we will continue to make it. Until we have a Nigeria all of us will be proud of. We have a Nigeria that all of us will celebrate. Insecurity as of today is something. Hunger does not differentiate whether you are a Southerner or a Northerner. The hunger in the north is an issue why we are bothered. The frustration is high. The deprivation is high. Therefore, we are looking for an alternative that is not programmed towards this. It has to be me. It has to be Atiku. It has to be Kwakwaso. It has to be Amechi. No, they must come with an alternative, and we will see it. If you are telling me you want to remove subsidy or you want to retain subsidy, you are bringing subsidy back.
Okay,
tell us how we are going to do it. That is the point I'm making. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Roy Oribebo, civil society activist. Thank you so much for your time today. Already the game is on and the battle line has been drawn. May the best man win. That's how we live the conversation here this morning as regards the review of the ADC National Convention. Now we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll talk about a recent report from NHRC regarding human rights violation in Nigeria within the first quarter of the year 2026, from January up until March. How far have we gone? Welcome back. Now, the National Human Rights Commission has reported 659,617 human rights violations in the first quarter of the year 2026 right here in Nigeria, a figure that has raised serious concerns about safety, justice, and accountability across the country. From insecurity to abuse and discrimination, the numbers point to growing challenges for all the Nigerians, ordinary Nigerians living in Nigeria. Now, today we ask, what is driving this surge and what must be done to protect citizens' rights? Well, joining us virtually this morning from Delta State is activist Kelvin Ejimadu. He is the National Human Rights Secretary Commission right here in Nigeria. Good morning, activist Kelvin. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, and good morning, viewers.
So how did we get here with that humongous figure for just 3 months alone in the year 2026? What really is the issue?
You see, this and many more issues, like I postulated during the NSAS Judicial Panel of Inquiry that was headed by the former Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, I said the failure of the government to act on the report of the NSAS Judicial Panel of Inquiry will give rise to more human rights abuses going forward. And that was 2020. And here we are in 2026. We are still bedeviled with a lot of human rights violations in all quarters of the country. And this sends a very bad signal to the international community as regards the fundamental human rights of Nigerian citizens and the UN Charter also of human rights. It depicts how we have lowered the bar in terms of human rights infringement from the local government to the state government to the federal government to also security agencies. All sectors, court orders are not being obeyed. Court judgments are not respected. You see different conflicting judgment from various courts. We have a sad system in terms of where a fundamental human right as enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution is amended ought to be protected and respected. But in Nigeria today, they abuse your right. They still want to intimidate you on it and tell you to even go to court. Because the judiciary has also failed us. Right before now, they tell you the court is the hope of the common man. But today, even with the judiciary in place, we do not see the hope of the common man being taken to center stage. And like I postulated, until officers that were indicted in that judicial panel of inquiry report is being taken out to serve as deterrence, nothing will happen. And this idea of when people's rights are being violated, some of them come forward and fight for your right. They say, no, I want to leave it for God. You see, God will not come down to fight for your right for you. When your right is violated, push your case through. Don't get tired. Don't get deterred. Don't get frustrated and say, I want to leave it for God. God is a God of justice. Jesus Christ in the Bible was also an activist. When he got to the temple and saw that they were gambling in the temple, he came out of the school. He saw that what they were doing was wrong, and you saw his reaction. Said, my father's house is not a temple for such gambling and such rascality. Even while in the Bible, he had protocols. Peter was the protocol for Jesus Christ. I also had a sword with him. So Nigerians must learn to stand and defend their rights. Not each time. There are some persons that, when the right is violated, when we call them to come forward and give their statement, the next thing some of them tell you that they are scared. Their mother's pastor said they should not continue with the case. So some will go behind you and collect bribe, and they settle the issue at your back. So it's frustrating from all ends. But this, in the global image, is not good for Nigeria at this time at all. Just how many months going into, and this is what we're having, it's sad, it's appalling. I think Nigeria deserves better and deserves more.
Right. Okay, activists. Now, you are one of the major activists in Nigeria, and I know that you get to handle a lot of cases every single day. What are some of those cases and human rights violations that gets to be reported to your office? And what happens afterwards? Do they get justice, or is it pushed over to the back burner?
Yes, I have a case of police brutality and extortion on a daily basis. Military brutality, some from community youth brutalizing people, some from government agents and parastatals trying to infringe on people's rights. I get a lot of complaints on that on a daily basis. There's no day my phone rings and all of that. I try to settle some within the phone, using my phone to settle that, applying the ADR, alternative resolution, to resolve some of them. But the ones that are out of it, will push that the matter be charged to court by the relevant authorities. And the challenge we are having is, when we initially, this person they'll be agitated, like, I want this case to go on. I want them to know that, okay, I have fundamental human rights. And perhaps after first adjournment, second adjournment, sometimes you call them, they'll first of all pick and tell you, I'm going to church, or I'm at work, I'm going to the market, I don't have a chance to come to court. And before you know it, when you have a matter, and the matter is called upon in court and you are not there, the matter will scratch out from court. Because it takes your presence to also give your own analysis and details of what transpired, how it happened, when it happened, and why it happened. So when all of this is happening, you call them sometimes to come to court, you won't see them. So why sometimes they'll go behind you and settle with the police. Some persons that their rights are violated, they'll go behind you. When you call them next, they tell you, Oga, I've in the local plans, Oga, I've left the matter my father said to leave the matter. Let's leave them for God. Let posterity judge them. Posterity will not judge anybody if we don't hold people accountable for their actions and their inactions. And also, the judiciary also frustrates people's efforts. A fundamental action you take to court, sometimes it will take 2 years, 3 years for you to get judgment. And when you get judgment also, to enforce this judgment also is a challenge. So the other day that the court granted the 30 million naira to my fellow activist, Omar Lechowore, to take the money I've not been paid to him. So these are the lacunas and the setbacks that affect the fight and the agitation for people's rights and privileges.
All right, activist Kelvin. It's interesting how you made mention of the judiciary and how all of this affects them. Now, what do you think the NJC, the National Judicial Council, should be doing as regards conflicting judgments, on the part of the judiciary, where you said that, there are certain times when a particular court will rule on a particular matter and then another court will overrule it. Now, isn't the NJC there, to mediate in matters such as this, such that we don't have conflicting issues, especially as regards judgments by, Nigerian courts?
The NJC has been compromised. They dwell more on political matters, political cases, than standing for the vulnerable in society, ensuring that judges who give such judgment are being queried, and sometimes even some of them debarred. You see, when there are no check and balances, and when there are no action, when there are no penalty for most actions, you see impunity takes center stage. If I go out, for example, I rape a minor, and because I believe I can bribe a judge, and I bribe the judge, and I'm granted bail, there's no deterrence. Somebody else will see something and say, okay, this man did it, I can also do it and bribe my way through. But when for every action from every human right you violate, there's a penalty you pay that will bite them to the fiber of your skin. You want to do it. And in itself, a deterrence to that person. The Lekki toll gate shooting, nobody was held accountable. Military violate people's rights. The next thing, they will transfer the military from point A to point B, and they tell you they cannot identify the officers involved. And by so doing, you have also thwarted the effort of the people to demand for justice. So the National Judicial Council, they must wake up from their slumber. Sanction judges that they see that have questionable characters, they should be sanctioned. The ones that also collect bribes should also be sanctioned as well and debarred. Until that is done, we cannot move on as a nation. Now, you see a very clear case with all evidence brought before the court, and some courts also grant bail. There was a matter I handled. A minor of 11 years was raped. We did a medical report. All the medical reports showed that the hymen and the broken rupture was involved, and the minor was raped. The judge granted the suspect bail in the court. I now went to the CJ of my state to demand that this case be transferred to another court. It was transferred to another court, and the suspect bail was revoked. He was sent back. He was handed back to prison. And just February, I got a judgment for that case. He was sentenced to 12 years imprisonment. Imagine when the first judge granted him bail and he absconded or eloped from the country. He would be nowhere to be found. And they'll tell you that we're still looking for him at large. So our judicial authority must sit up. It's not enough to go and do political cases, because this is the political era. They are all waiting for political cases tribunal cases to come up, and the next thing you see them adjourn cases, but they give the political cases swift judgment. The same way we have political judgment being swift, they should also ensure that fundamental rights issues are taken center stage. We have legislation, we have these laws. They should be tested in court.
All right.
We have the Violence Against Persons Act, Provision Act in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you.
To say that no man, no woman has the of violence to inflict harm on anybody, anywhere in the country.
All right, thank you, activist. Thank you.
Every quarter wake up and do that. Break people.
All right. Now, let's talk about your safety as an activist, okay, beyond the life of the average Nigerian. Do you think you're safe, even while advocating for the safety of the average Nigerian? Because we've seen in times past how a lot of activists have been subjected to inhuman treatment just because they were speaking up, for the average Nigerian. So, do you think your own safety as an activist has improved over time compared to the way it used to be?
You see, we've faced a lot of attacks, attempted murder and all of that. We face a lot of issues, but we are not deterred. You see, the word activism, it means you stand for truth. You correct all incorrectables using every fundamental legal antenna at your disposal. We know that in Nigeria, if you fight crime, for example, crime will fight back. So when you fight also violation of human rights, the violators, the perpetrators of these things, they will fight back. But we're not deterred. My own safety, from the day I pick up my beret, humanity that I want to do this, I know someday, we'll want that someday. But the when and how, we do not know. Even non-activists, they are assassinated, they're being killed. So it builds on one, the fear factor is nothing. We are like a sacrificial lamb that we know someday this person that we are taking to the prisons, their families are not happy with us. Policemen that collect bribe will retrieve the money back and give to the people. They are not happy with us. We know certain sources, they will plan their evil. But, you know, the universe has a way of protecting people like us. When you want to be a genuine activist, because he that must come to equity must come with a clean hands. You won't say you are fighting corruption or violation of people's rights, and you also, you are a right violator. By so doing, humanity itself will fight back at you. But when your ways are just and pure, you do not fear what's coming. Because if God allowed it to happen, so be it. But while we are here, we must make a statement, and because this to do for humanity remains in the annals of history forever. So I'm not scared of my safety. During the NSAS panel, I was the one representing the youth of the other state in the judicial panel of inquiry, NSAS. We tried out police officers, and I was getting private calls and threats and all from different quarters. Some were even calling me that we know where your kids were at school, in private number that were assassinated. I said, he that wants to kill somebody does not make a call. If you want to kill me, go ahead and kill. If you get your way, so be. But if you don't get your way, I will come for you and you face the law. So you must take fear out of it. When you see genuine activists going all out, it's the pain and passion we have for humanity. Because at some point, sometimes to see what people go through daily, you can't even imagine. People are being framed up by police, by civil defense, by vigilantes. They hide drugs and keep in your pocket and tell you that you are a drug addict, just all to collect money from people. So my safety, I don't move with security.
Right.
I don't move with escort. I stay in the hands of God and the universe.
Okay, activist. Okay, activist Kelvin, thank you so much. But we really need to take a short break, and when we return, we turn our attention to another major part of the conversation as regards insecurity. Interestingly, on the front pages of the newspaper, we heard that insecurity, Nigeria in a state of war, according to ACF. So we'll look at how the number of cases or the number of human rights violations that insecurity alone has actually grappled out of the humongous number of over 600 and something thousand within the first quarter of the year 2026. All of this and more after this timeout. Well, many thanks for staying with us. We're just joining you onto this morning on 9 TV, and we still have our guest, activist Kelvin Ojemodo, the National Secretary for the Human Rights Congress here in Nigeria, and we have been talking about a recent report that we got within the first quarter of the year alone as regards how many human rights violations we've had in the country, ranging over 600,000. Now, activist Kelvin, if you're still on, the next question would be, how many of these figures are actually linked to insecurity in Nigeria, and also activities from security agents, that's the police, the soldiers, and the likes? Because there is no day that passes in Nigeria where on the streets of social media, because for some of us, we get to live there, we see cases of police officers ransacking and having an issue worth not with young civilians, especially the guys. A recent one that also got the IGP's attention was that police officer who stopped a young man on the road, checked his car, got some couple of bags and took him to another corner to ransack the bag. And I think he was also expelled, and the right thing was actually done to him because IGP Tunji Disu looked into that issue. But aside all of that, what are some of other cases that you've also heard over time? Can you hear me, activist Kelvin? Okay, so whilst we're still trying to regain connectivity, can you hear me? Okay, so we'll try and regain connectivity with activist Kelvin, and he definitely will give us his own insight on this. But Okay, so it seems we have him back. Okay, so just in case you didn't get the question, activist Kelvin, can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, loud and clear. So the question I did ask with this humongous number we heard regarding the recent report of human rights violations in Nigeria for the first quarter alone, that's from January up until March, how many of those figures is actually linked to insecurity in Nigeria, and also the ill activities we get to hear and see from security agencies in the country?
Yes, yeah, you see, yeah, insecurity has taken a lot of lives as well. Saw the airstrike from the Nigerian Air Force the other day. We have a lot of civilian casualties. Yeah, when there are cases of when there are crises in any quarter of the country, women and children, they suffer more because at some point some of them are being raped by security agencies. When the issue comes up, it's been swept under the carpet. And some other quarters, we see children being molested and all of that. And, you know, these are a worrisome trend. You know, when you have 59,617 violations of rights in a country where we have senior advocates of Nigerians, where we have citizen human rights activists, we are not in the military for crying out loud. This is a democratic crew whereby the Constitution is sacrosanct, the rule of law takes center stage, and we are battling with all of this. It is not a good record for us going forward. I think insecurity has also increased the level of human rights violations within the country as well. From the north to the south, to the east, to the west, the high level of insecurity is making people volatile to human rights violations. And some are not even recorded. In some quarters where we don't have good internet network and coverage, we don't hear some of these things that happen. Maybe after it happens, we'll not hear a yes say of it. But where you don't have a strong media, internet coverage and all of that, you don't even hear some of these human rights violations. Even some farmers also, they are being hijacked by bandits, not to even go to their farms. Some they invest, they give the terrorists a large sum of feed and take the money to their family to feed. So in different quarters, there are human rights violations in different quarters.
We really need to go now, comrade.
Can you hear me? And boast of, you know, putting mayhem on people and they go scot-free.
Okay, comrade.
Until we begin to hold people accountable for their actions, we cannot move further as a country.
Okay. Now, I'd love to ask you this final question. What urgent steps should Nigeria take now to protect human rights in Nigeria moving forward? In 2 seconds, please. Comrade, can you hear me? What urgent steps should the government, should Nigeria take to help, you know, have a better outlook of protecting human rights in Nigeria? Okay, so it seems we've lost connectivity with Comrade, but hopefully we'll have this conversation again and we'll look at, you know, more better issues, and hopefully when we move over to the second quarter of the year 2026, it's going to be all cherry news as regards human rights in the country. Thank you so much for joining us. We now turn our attention and move over to Abuja, where Ikarata is on.
Satellite decoder comes with 4 payment packages, which are namely Nova Bouquet, Basic, Classic, and Super. The price ranges from 2,100 naira to 9,800 naira. We also have the DTT decoder, which is terrestrial decoder, which most people know it as the antenna decoder, and this is 7 naira. It comes with 4 packages, namely Bouquet, Basic, Sick, and so the price ranges from 2,000 naira to 9,500. You may ask what's the difference between the antenna and the dish decoder. The antenna decoder actually has fewer channels than the dish decoder. Sometimes this is decoder, we have 90+ channels, cover every genre of entertainment, between sports, movies, documentaries, kiddies channels. So no matter what your interests are, everybody is well represented. And there's always something for you to watch on the StarTimes platform. While the dish decoder has over 120, and that is the predominant difference between the antenna decoder and the dish. So if you don't have a StarTimes decoder, now is the time. I would also like to reiterate that StarTimes is one of the most affordable paid TV companies. Even though prices of things have skyrocketed in the market lately, but I'm happy to say that we have been able to maintain our prices for our decoders as well as bouquet prices, very reasonable price.
Okay, let's look about the content. What special content do you have?
Like I said earlier on, no matter what your interests are, StarTimes has you covered. We have different from entertainment to documentary to kiddies. And for the lineup of this, we introduced a drama series, Reborn, is on SIE Plus. Okay,
watch somebody's wife to sleep and particularly not to question well and this. But go ahead, that's nice.
Okay, so we like to entertain our customers because, believe it or not, you're not just buying the set-top boxes to decorate your house. Correct. You're buying it for the content, and content is king when you come to pay TV business. And we have on the screen, which is the ST Yoruba channel. Now, this channel is actually exclusive to StarTimes, and what is so great about StarTimes is we tend to pick international content. For instance, we pick a telenovela drama series and we dub it in the Nigerian local language. We have Gangs of Madila that has been dubbed into Yoruba, and we also have an interesting telenovela drama series that has also been dubbed in Yoruba. So our subscribers can enjoy Bollywood programs as well as telenovela programs in their local dialect, which is the Yoruba. Moving on to, we also have an interesting channel which is called the Discovery Channel. Discovery Channel is basically a documentary channel, and we have two interesting documentaries that are airing on this channel, which is called Gold Divers and Filthy Fortunes. Gold Divers is really interesting. I'm sure you might like to watch this one, Miss Atta, because it's basically a treasure hunt. We have miners diving into the sea and searching for gold.
You have miners and you have gold. The pirates are coming like hyenas to steal.
Okay, that is debatable, but it's an interesting documentary series on StarTimes. Oh, we also have a wide range of Bollywood series on our platform. For our Bollywood channels, we have 50 Best Dishes, which is an Indian cooking show. This is basically hosted by an Indian celebrity chef, so you can be able to learn a lot of Indian dishes. If you like curry and grand masala, I'm sure the women would like to get some tips on how to make Indian dishes. Followed by, we also have a wide range of kiddies channels for our subscribers, like ST Kids. The kids are not left out, they are still on holiday, so they have a lot of ST Kids movies and entertainment on ST Kids. For our Bollywood subscribers, we have a wide range of Bollywood channels like Zee TV, Zee Cinema, Star Life, Star Plus. This covers a wide range of drama series as well as movies. For our subscribers, I know that to keep up with the news updates in our country, we also have a wide range of news channels, which also covers international and local. For sports, our subscribers can also watch the German Bundesliga on our platform as well as La Liga.
Okay, coming to where the men are very happy, but somehow when we grow up during our age, when you hear Bollywood, Indian thing was a bomb.
Yes, it was. Yes,
I wonder what our kids are growing up. But when you see it, sometimes those days we got no channel. It's not just one government-owned channels.
Yes.
And the movie starts around 10 p.m. We all gather, and somebody's at the back of the house turning the antenna and asking you don't clear. That's how we grew.
I'm so glad those days are finally over and we can enjoy digital entertainment.
Yeah, if you have it, I think the main thing is coming in. StarTimes have been able to make it look more affordable. Taking away from the rich. Now we can all collectively watch them. But quickly, let's move over now. StarTimes are diversified strongly into solar power supply. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so on the StarTimes platform, I know a lot of Nigerians know us with the pay TV business, but StarTimes has diversified because we are an innovative company and we are providing the solar energy solutions to Nigeria right now. And what is so great about the StarTimes solar is the product itself. That's what makes us different. Our batteries are lithium-ion batteries, which
they are durable?
Yes, they are very durable. They are fast charging.
And trusted. Because one thing people don't trust is the battery. They tell you can do whatever you're doing on solar, but the battery is the problem.
Okay, so let's say that StarTimes tomorrow. Solar energy. 15 years now. We're a brand that people trust, and we're bringing that ability into the solar solution to Nigerians, and that is why we're providing top-notch, good products for Nigerians, long-lasting, very durable, and is really trustworthy. And we provide solutions ranging from 3 kVA to any capacity of your choice. We provide solar energy solutions for homes. We provide solar energy solutions for businesses and communities. So it doesn't matter which capacity you want, we are here to provide for you. We have a top-notch after-sales service. We have engineers that we take on free audit. You don't have to pay for pre-audit because that is the first step when you want to purchase a solar home system. Yes, you need a power audit because I'm sure not everybody is well versed in the appliances, the watts, the sizes. So, and that is why you need a solar engineer to be able to come to your house or to your business, to be able to check your appliances and to be able to advise you on what package it is that you need to power your home. This is done basically because we don't want you to overpay, and we don't also want you to underpower your home.
That cost us last time. For the bachelors who are getting married, when you are audit for your incoming wife, audit for your incoming children, audit for so many persons. Because when they come in here, you know, madam will want to get the kitchen running and get the room remaining cool. Probably when she finishes on the kitchen, the power will be on there and others. Can we get your line so we can reach you? How can people reach you? That's very key here. If someone wants to come in from the pay TV or from the issue of the power supply via solar, how will they reach you?
Okay, for your inquiries, you can reach us on this number. It's also a WhatsApp number, so you can send messages even if you don't want to make that call. So 081 723 97880. 081 723 97880.
Okay, the number is on the screen there. You can just take a snapshot. Do that. Now quickly, before I let you go, let me take your last word. Today I did not put you on the hot spot. Today I'm a good presenter, and I thought Stephanie would tell me thank you, but let's get your last word.
Okay, my last words would be StarTimes is trusted brand. We provide both pay TV solutions as well as solar energy solutions. So for your decoders and for general entertainment, 24-hour entertainment, you can purchase the StarTimes, either the antenna decoder or the dish decoder. And for the solar home systems, we are here to make sure that you should let the sun pay your bills.
Okay, let the sun pay your bills. It's not every time you go for gasoline or you go for diesel, petrol, and all of that here. Stephanie Aka is the StarTimes Abuja Zonal Marketing Manager, one who is very vast in that, and I've been a fan of independent television and a passionate staff of the StarTimes. And from the thank you for coming with us this morning.
It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Okay, quickly now, let's take you straight to a brief point of discussion before we hand you over.
fight. They have not lost the battle in the port of Nigeria. We need to give them the best of intelligence so that they can carry more of intelligence, driven.
Hello, Mr. Jonathan.
Go ahead.
Are we supposed to give them intelligence, or they are supposed to have a strong infiltration squad, even if not up to the Mossad, up to the FBI, but one that can penetrate and know the workings of that? That's number one. Number two, even when intelligence is gathered, like the one we saw in Borno that led to the death of Brigadier Brahma, he said intelligence were not used.
One thing is to have intelligence, another thing is to process this intelligence.
Correct.
The issue with respect to intelligence, it's cut across all the, security agencies and other formations.
Correct.
The primary, you know very well that our intelligence agencies, the NIA, the DSS, they have a responsibility to process those intelligence. And again, remember, you have to recall that the primary focus of our military is not about internal security, but about territorial sovereignty of our nation.
Correct.
And that they have been doing it. So the military is not trained to win the war internally. All they are doing is complementing which seems to have withdrawn from the fight against insecurity.
Have they withdrawn or they are overwhelmed?
Oh well, we have seen that they are because
the IG will not agree with you.
Well, they should give me the statistics of the numbers of the war that they have fought and the ones they have won. I mean, we have seen issues where the military over time and time have, been at the front burners of, the fight against insecurity. And it's unfortunate that the police, who is responsibilities of internal policing, forgot that it is their mandate. So, in as much that they're doing well with coordinations and disseminating information to some of the security agencies for collaborations, which have, like in the East, in the North Central, having the issues of joint tasks. We have seen these coordinations, but the issue is that they have left the fight for the military, and not until we have, a concerted fight against the insecurity, where we only have one formation, only having the military left with the fight to fight against these bandits, those guys that are, using our even unarmed resources to fight our own military, our hard. We are fighting and killing our generals. It's unfortunate, and I feel the pains of the military.
But how do we get to that low level? Where the criminals can attack the military base, cut away rocket launchers, cut away magazines, sometimes even go with military vehicles.
When we discuss this thing on air, not everything we say, but I know very well that the military intelligence and they weigh the response to some intelligence may not be the same way Nigerians response to intelligence. And again, sometimes not all intelligence may lead to success in operations. But all I know very well is that the military have not lost the fight. It's the same military that have done well with nabbing terrorists across the country, northeast, northwest, north central. They have done well to ensure that we sleep at least with our eyes closed. In as much that it is becoming difficult, but we know very well that with the support of international communities, all we need to do first region is not protected, and we are living within. We have to look at so this to have this gas. We will not police our border effectively because it is too volatile.
Okay, thank you.
We must put measures in place. And lastly, let me say this.
Okay.
Nigerians will only have the military they want. And this means that we need to support our military, give the best of intelligence to our military, because when we talk about terrorism, terrorists live within a community. They are brothers to somebody. They are sisters to somebody. They communicate with some individuals. And this is where Nigerians must rise to the occasion to expose those that are threat living amongst us in our communities.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan Isaacs. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, security expert. We wish you all the very best and pray that our military and our security agencies will get it right. You said the police abandoned the fight. Let's pray that the police wake up from their slumber and do the needful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. That's how far we can take on that. Now, we now quickly hand you over to our Lagos Network Center for continuation of your breakfast dialing program this morning on Independent Television.
Sorry about the short break. Okay, you were saying something about the current state of insecurity in Nigeria. Please go ahead.
Yes, I was saying that this should be a concern, even to political leaders. Campaigning for 2027 should not be a concern, more than the concerns of insecurity. All right, all political leaders, everybody in that should be concerned about people who are being killed, people who are being kidnapped. Because insecure, situation, nothing works. So I am saying that Nigerians should wake up and give a concern of security.
So, opinion that Kinde sent terror attacks to political plots. How credible are these claims?
The way they are. All right. Didn't we have insecurity? Did insecurity start today? It didn't start today. We know that this insecurity, it's beyond the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election. And by the way, if that were to be the case, that should have been the reason why we should have seen a more proactive measure from the presidency. I was right there in Bauchi Road in Plateau State while we were waiting for the arrival of the president when what happened, and we waited.
Bishop, I can't hear you clearly. If you can hear me, I can't hear you clearly any longer. I guess your network is having issues this morning. But moving on, if you can hear me, the Defense Minister, CG Musa, also has linked the terrorist rise attacks to political season, accusing some civilians of working against terrorist informants. Is this supposed to be a security concern for Nigerians?
I believe he knows more than I do because he has his intelligence. But my argument is this: no matter the enemy that is spreading this insecurity, the military active to handle it, whether it is political, whether it is spiritual, which means that should be this. All
Bishop, thank you so much. Even though I couldn't barely hear you clearly. But let's move on. Let's look at the implication of the insecurity on the 2027 general elections. General elections. Do you think it will hold people back from coming out to vote?
That is what is as plain as, there is no one that could insecurity is much the great
Okay, let's go back to the Minister of Defense. You know, he also claimed that it is political season. Do you think he has given up, or he just feels, okay, let them have a field day after the elections, everything will come back to normal?
Well, I don't think he has given up at all people. But what I want to say is, all right, what I want to say is, the truth being told, the escalation of insecurity, you know, personally, my opinion, I don't think I'm not giving, you know, effective. After election, we say that if an against them, give me credit. That insecurity has become a very viable profession, right? It has become a very viable sector. You know, that sector of insecurity, people are making so much money from it. They can now, you pay every sum.
ITV, certainly the best.
The security challenge there is very primary, but moving from that, let me tell you, what I experienced in Abuja, because I'm right here. I want to witness conventions, public conventions. I don't want to tell stories. I don't want to say what I read on the papers or what I heard on the television. I want to witness what I witnessed during the ADC convention, because I hung around the environment. It's not the way to go to have a free and fair election, because every move was made to hinder that convention, and moves are still being made right now to hinder that convention. It's not right. The people should have freedom of association. Freedom of association is an article in our constitution. Allow people to be in the party where they want to be, have meetings where they want to have, and then boost up performance. That's all. Boost up performance. If I were to be the president, instead of believing in the magic of palliative, which may fail, I would, within this short time left, do some practical development, all right, in the area of health, all right, in the area of education, You know, I will do some things that people can make reference to. And then I stand on that to campaign.
A beautiful morning to you and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. A House of Representatives hopeful for Igbo-Igbobauha Federal Constituency, Dr. Owogotaye Garrick, under the platform of the All Progressives Congress, has declared his intention as he visited Ward 2 in the Igbo local government area Edo State. The meeting attracted party leaders, ward executives, councillors and supporters as he sought grassroots backing for his ambition. Ofura Neto reports.
Addressing party faithful in Ward 2, Dr. Owogotaye Garrick said the time has come for Ego local government area to have strong and purposeful representation at the National Assembly, assuring that if elected, he will attract impactful projects and policies to the constituency. He outlined plans to collaborate with investors and drive development-focused initiatives while appealing to members to support his aspiration.
I want to go to the House of Reps. This is just my declaration in my word. So I'm asking you to send me to the federal, send me to go and work so that we can rebuild this constituency, rebuild Igbo-Igbobauha. My prayers is that you stand with me, spread the gospel that it is Ego o'clock.
APC leaders, including Ward 2 chairman Usaro Osagiodua, described him as a credible son of the soil and urged members to rally support for his candidacy.
We had Ward 2 the House of Representatives. Manawe Mafia Erima Latia. ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning, welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Anuluakbo Stevens. Or better still call me your social media butterfly. Now, akwaba to all my Ghanaian brothers and sisters. As today we begin in Ghana, where we saw a viral video from Ghana's President John Mahama, where he said that he prays daily for Nigeria to overcome rising insecurity, warning that the country's stability is crucial for the region and the African continent as a whole. While speaking at an award ceremony in Ghana, Mahama highlighted the impact of Nigeria's insecurity on neighboring countries, emphasizing that millions of Nigerians migrating could affect smaller nations like Ghana. Anyway, let's take a listen.
Of keen security interest of us. If Nigeria does well, Ghana does well. I mean, when you have cousins, 250 million of them, you want them to do well so that 1 million of them don't come drifting towards a small country like Ghana. So every day I wake up, I pray for Nigeria. I say, God, let Nigeria get their act together. And so I remember when a lot of the people in Ghana migrated from Nigeria. They find their roots from the Yoruba kingdoms and all that. And so the Ghana people and all, migrated from Nigeria. And so
God, let Nigeria get their act together. What do you make out of this? Is this gaslighting or what? We'll find out. Now, this user wrote, just a polite way of saying Nigerians, stop coming to Ghana. Thank you. Okay, now another user on X says, let's see what we have. Nothing but the truth. Thanks for praying for us, Jerry. It is really not easy. Now this user wrote, President John Mahama says the Ghanaians are praying for us every day so we don't all move to Ghana. While it sounds like a helping hand, you know there is a little bit of pepper in that statement. He's basically saying stay in your house so our own house doesn't get full. Nigeria needs all the prayers she can get right now, though. Okay, well, still on this bit, this user wrote, you don't think say all well wishes, but actually Nasi finished with this. They don't pray for us because they care about us, but because they don't want us running to their country. Now, moving away from that, back here in Nigeria, yesterday we saw former Vice President Atiku Abubakar in a station where he said that the 2027 presidential election may be his final attempt to become Nigeria's leader, citing his age and high stakes involved. Atiku, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in PDP in the 2023 election, made a remark during an interview yesterday evening. Responding to a question on whether turning 80 by 2027 would make the stakes higher for him, Atiku said it would likely be his last outing. Let's take a listen.
Now, you've been a central figure in Nigerian politics for decades, and by the time the election comes around in 2027, you'll be 80. Respectfully, I mean, this may be your last realistic shot at the presidency. Does that make the stakes higher for you this time?
Certainly, yes, because the stakes are higher because I believe that will be my last outing. And
so that's incontrovertibly
that's incontrovertible.
Fact.
That
Okay.
There you have it. So 2027 is going to be his last outing at becoming Nigeria's president. It's up to you, Nigeria. Now, this user on X says, let's see what we have. He never learns. It's never about what the people want. It's just personalized ambition to him. Another user reacting on X wrote, let's see what we have next. Atiku is blinded by self-ambition. He is salivating on the probability of winning on the back of the coalition, but Nigerians don't want him. Trying to force himself on Nigerians. Okay, alrighty. Now this user wrote on X, this man is very funny. So he thinks because of the broader party that we will give him an edge. No wonder he's an Arsenal fan. Oh wow, well, Stray Village just hits Arsenal fan wherever you are right now. But moving away from that, I feel like this is our picture of the day. A viral picture that has now gone viral of former Senator Dino Melaye has returned to social media after he was heavily criticized over his outfit to the recent ADC 2026 convention in Abuja. Now, recall reporting that the former lawmaker had shared a series of pictures showing him arriving at the political gathering. The picture that you can see now in a black shirt, a cap, sunglasses, and extremely wide flowing tan trouser. Now, this sparked reactions online. Let's take a look at the full outfit.
Ọmọ ènìyàn yé o. Lọ ṣọ́ra o. Tó bá lówó lọ́wọ́. Ayé á bá ẹ ná. Tó bá kọ́lé mọ́lé. Ayé á bá ẹ gbé. Bí kúrújì ẹ bá lọ jí pẹ́rẹ́ wá ní. Ọmọ mi ni àbúrò mi ni ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ni ọ̀rẹ́ mi ní ṣe.
So I think I'm going to make this outfit for myself and for Harry as well, because I feel like he needs it. Well, reacting to this online, netizens took to the street of social media to put out their reaction. Well, this time around from the presidency. Now, Bayo Onanuga says, Dino Melaye, one of the unserious leaders of ADC. May God protect our nation from them. Oh my goodness. Now, this user wrote, he believes he can fly. What do you think? Well, reacting to this one says, to him, he is the best dressed. Election time, a job for the boys, a Surrey man out to work for Atiku. Now, finally on the story, this user says, fashion statement indeed. I beg, make una shift. Another one wrote, if this one enter power again, him on go worst. Oh my goodness, Nigerians not taking it lightly on X at all. But away from that, we move over to Bayelsa State, where supporters of President Bola Tinubu under the City Boys movement staged a large rally in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State on Wednesday, now drawing significant crowd of residents, while participants at the event chanted Tinubu till 2031, openly declaring their support for the president and expressing confidence in his leadership ahead of future political contests. Let's have a feel. Well, this is Nigeria. While some persons are for, others are against. Reacting to this online, netizens have been saying this. This one says, if the government has delivered good governance, these gyrations and jamboree would have been unnecessary. Ejiro Anthony on Facebook. Another user wrote online, half of the mass here are supporting ADC, but they just want to collect the rice and disappear. Tell me about it. Now, this user also on Facebook wrote, rent crowd, any groups with uniforms is rent crowd, which they will later be paid. Now, still on this beat, this user says, okay, so I think that's all the comments that we have in this story, but it's quite an interesting one. Every single time on social media, there is never a dull moment at all. Thank you so much for being part of the show. This is how we wrap things up this morning on TMI Socials. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. And from all of us on the team on this morning on ITV, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Goodbye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, already I'm here. Is that where I give you? Not over. Yes. Not do so much. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, I'm here. Where's it? What's my dear? It's comment c'est papa de voici
ça m'a toqué Sama tope. Isa. Wayadi magpome samane. Igarowe. Wayadi magpome samane. Igarowe. Wakume peme gbidejo. Igarowe. Wakume peme samane. Igarowe.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will. Papa. Caliban Wagina Kono, no, we say, who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Eko Wana Seva. Eva Yalo, the letter did we ask about my former. I will wait in it. A joking. Hey, Jonah will. Hey, Jonah Pulu. Hey, Jonah Nuria, why you go back. But John Way, God said, and I had the way. Why we are there when I'm no matter of
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse.
Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Waiting they have Bosun.
Now waiting they happen. Bosununa. Now waiting they happen. Bosunun. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
Teachers must they. And therefore Amaho Secondary School. And therefore Igwebe local government for Amaho. For Amaho,
now wait till they
public school.
This one done too.
How are you?
Good morning, sir. I am proud to be part of your class today. I will be disciplined all right to excel.
Where's your teacher? Sit down. What's the name of the school?
Amaho
Secondary School. Which class is this?
SS1.
SS1. Where's your teacher? Office. Are you the only one here? What class is this? SS2. Where's your teacher?
In office.
Have they taught you people today?
No, sir.
SS2, what's your name?
Happiness.
Do you like the condition of your school?
No, sir.
Commissioner of Education need to hear this one. SS2, you're the only student here?
Yes, sir.
What do you want government to do for this your school?
I want it to be good. So that I need more teachers so that they can be teaching us.
You need more teachers?
Yes, sir.
What's the name of this school?
Amaho Secondary School in Duongo.
Igwebe local government?
Yes, sir.
You need more teachers?
Yes, sir.
So you're in SS2? And you are the only student here?
Yes, sir.
In this class? Let me say, I need to go different community secondary and primary school make I go to check them because government has to. Hey, whoa. How are you? How is today? Which class is this? SS2. SS3. That is SS2. No teacher here? Huh? I say, if you see something, say something. Where are they so?
I'm at secondary school.
How are you?
Fine, sir.
What's your name?
I'm Oriawo Ebe.
Do you like the condition of your school?
No, sir.
What do you want government to come and do for you people?
I want them to employ more teachers.
You lack teachers?
Yes, sir.
Is it English teacher or math teacher or?
All the teachers.
And you are preparing for WAEC, Abi? What are you preparing?
WAEC.
Did they teach you now here?
Small.
Why you and your gang for this school remove all the ceiling? You and your squad. Why not remove all these things?
I'm not the one that remove it. We meant it like.
You cannot say that. Are you not among the people that remove this thing?
No, sir.
This thing. So you want government to post more teachers here?
Yes.
More teachers?
Yes.
The way you do they say yes. Thank you, Thank you. Wow. Can go the entire community to community to check their primary and secondary school.
Good morning, sir. You are blessed.
What's the name of this school? Amao Secondary School. What class is this?
GSS1.
GSS1. This is the only GSS1 class in this school. It's just all the students I'm seeing here now. What's your name?
Sadebame Beta.
Sadebame. What do you want government to do for this your school? You have teachers.
Yes.
They should give you more teachers.
Yes.
You need more teachers. What do you want?
I want government to help us to build this school, make much people come to this school.
You want more teachers?
Yes.
Have you received any lecture today? Any teacher? Time is almost after 12 now, Abi. After 11. Time is to 11. Have you received any lesson today? Any lecture? They say they never received any lecture. Tuesday, 10th March 2026. Yesterday. And today, another day. 11th of March. This is 10th. Business studies. Test. What is entrepreneurship? Define self-employment. What is a sole proprietorship? Mention 2 features of United. Can you answer any of the question there? Yes. The first question, what is entrepreneurship?
Entrepreneurship means by starting up a new business. Somebody that open up a new business.
Define self-employment.
Self-employment means one-man business. By opening your own business, only one person will have the business, like barbing salon, hairdressing, provision, other etc.
I will draw government attention to your school. Hey, whoa. Where is the teacher now? What class is this? JSS 3. How are you? What is the name of this your school? Where's your principal? She didn't come today. What of the teacher?
Then the gardener.
Doing what?
Cutting bamboo.
They are in their farm?
Yes.
But they are supposed to be in the class teaching you people now. Are they teaching you people today? Yes. They don't teach you now today?
Yes.
What did they teach you now? Look at the sample. Look at the board is blank. What are you doing? Eh? Okay, dictate. Huh? 6th of March, 10th of March. I want to see 11th of March 2026 in your book. So your teachers are in the farm cutting bamboo. Ama on secondary school, ama on Igwebe local government. Ewo! I want to see 11th of March. Where is it?
Wednesday.
Eh?
Wednesday.
How many subjects do you receive in a day? Is it only one teacher that is teaching you all? But your teacher is supposed to be here. Come and show me the road to the farm. I come to secondary school, I don't see any teacher. Yeah. Hey, what? Teacher supposed to the classroom. I come Amaho Secondary School for Igwebe local government. I don't see any teacher, I don't see principal for school. Hey! Ministry of Education, the state government must hear this. I come one community, Amaho. I visit the primary school. I visit the secondary school. I don't see any teacher for the secondary school. I asked to see them with the teacher. See that they found the cut bamboo.
Now wait till they happen. Now wait till they happen. Now wait till they happen. Now wait till they happen.
Hello, what do you know?
Sir.
You be teacher for that school? Okay, you be teacher for that school? Yes, sir. Commissioner of Education, everybody did that side though. What did they do for you?
We are practical.
Practical? Are you a teacher here too?
Yes.
I come Hama secondary school. I don't do your school compasses from JSS 1 to SJSS. Nobody. You know, I enter your office. Nobody. I enter your classroom. They say you there say bush they cut bamboo.
Bros, easy. It's not even too long we left the classroom. We came to meet the students here where they are working. Oh, this one you carry ITV.
I got the surprise. Suppose they school. Okay, now their practical work they do so. Yeah. Okay, their practical work. Everybody move. Are you the principal?
No, I'm not the principal.
Where is the principal?
He just went out.
Time now after 11 now, Oga teacher. Oga, time now after 11 now. Principal not there, school compound. Oga, I go.
This one come too bad, This one come too bad,
I feel call this office and not see any of them. I don't spend time.
Sorry.
I don't go everywhere.
Sorry.
Listen, we are from the Confa. Inside Benin City.
Yeah, I don't see you.
I don't go different primary school and secondary school. I can see I don't see one. The school they empty. Everywhere.
I shall sit down now.
I'm not facing down. But everywhere go to.
Everywhere
Where is your principal? Where is the principal?
They want for training.
Okay, that training what they do for Irua.
Yes.
Okay, that's why she not the.
Yes.
That's why not the school.
Yes.
But I'll be teachers here.
Yes.
I don't teach any of the students today.
No, they are writing test.
So this week is test week.
Test week.
Yes.
Oh, what to make me come go see now for inside farm, inside bush.
They were doing their practical. Very soon now they will be opening their practicals. So they need to make preparation on ground, put things in place for their practicals.
Are you lack of teachers in this school?
Seriously? Yes.
Yeah, too hot.
Yes.
Inside the new employment where Edo State government employ, we not get anyone from Edo Star or community teacher where they employ, yeah?
No, we don't get. We don't get.
But we are Edo Star, but no community teacher. But we are no.
They don't give you permanent letter now. That day now.
Yes. Four of us were there here since 2022.
As contract or community teacher?
Contract teachers, Edo Star teachers. So of recent, they gave us permanent lectures. There was no other one added to it.
So, 4 teachers here, including the principal, what?
4 teachers with the principal inclusive 5.
For GSS1, GSS2, GSS3, SS1, SS2, and SS3.
SSCB, they have 3 teachers there. From SS1 to SS3. GS1 to GS3, we have 4 teachers.
Are you also teaching there?
No.
Nobody did there. No teacher did there. I don't check all the student notes. On the 10th of March 2026, 9 days. But however, keep it up, eh? So we need more teachers in Amao Secondary School. Yes, there's one girl, come. Where's one girl just now? Where is that girl? Come. Okay, where that teacher? Sit down. Okay, come.
Yes.
Come this side. Before I go now, you will give me your account details. Huh? You give this girl 5,000 naira.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was surprised. The question on the board from number 1, 2, 3, you got it right. I ask you, who is a self?
What is define self-employment? Define self-employment.
Who is a self-employee?
Yes.
Who is self-employed person?
It means one man business by only one person doing the business. That's what it means.
So I'm giving you 5,000 naira to support you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. What's your name again?
Christopher Purity.
How are you? Are you on break? Now, do you need more teachers in your school?
Yes.
You need teacher?
Yes.
What class are you?
Primary 5.
Primary 5. What class are you?
Primary 5.
Primary 4?
Primary 5.
So everybody is primary 5 here?
No.
Yes, primary 1. Primary 2, raise up your hand. Primary 3, raise up your hand. Primary 4, raise up your hand. Primary 5, raise up your hand. If you're happy to be here, shout amen. Amen. If you love your teacher, shout amen. Amen. What is the name of the school? What? I can't hear you. So, the government is watching us. What do you want in this your school?
Teacher.
Teacher?
Yes.
Teacher?
Yes.
And what?
More classes.
And more classes. However, now old bidding be this, they're getting new bidding. They're getting new bidding. You can see all those kind of new bidding, they're getting new bidding. So you said you need teachers. But the teachers that you have, are they teaching you well?
Yes.
Are they teaching you well?
Yes.
Who know how to play football here?
Me.
Who know how to dance here?
Me.
Okay.
Me.
Who wants to be a governor here?
Me. Everybody. Me.
Who wants to be a local government chairman here?
Me.
Who wants to be a doctor here?
Me.
Who wants to be an engineer here?
Me.
Who wants to be a footballer here?
Me.
Who wants to be a bricklayer here?
Me.
Bricklayer. Who wants to be a farmer?
No.
Who wants to be a farmer?
No.
I got a primary school student farmer or say they don't want to be farmer, or they want to be doctor, they want to be engineer, they want to be lawyer, they want to be everything. Bye bye, nice to see you, eh? So you say you need what? Teacher. You need what? Teacher. Thank you very much. And which compound, which school are they so?
Egwari Primary School, Amaho.
And you are the headmistress?
Yes.
How is everything?
Fine, sir.
You know, say yeah, far from the city. Yes. But how is the student? Hope everybody is fine.
Yes,
I can see they did break now. They did break now.
Yes.
What about teachers? But
the teachers, they went on training.
Okay, on that
training, yes.
But what will be the challenge? I hear say your teachers here, there are too many now.
No. We don't have teachers here. We don't have teachers here. We have so many pupils, but we lack teachers. We merge classes together. Like primary 5 and 6, only one teacher. Teaching one class. The other one will be lacking. In 3 and 4, only one teacher. ECCD 1 to 3, one teacher. That is how we are managing it.
But Edo State government employed some teachers. It not reach your school?
Edo State employ actually. It's only one Edo State that have been here before that they permanent.
So what you are lacking in Egwari Primary School?
Amaho. Yes, it's teacher. We need teacher. And people to be helping us to the community. People should help us. Somebody should help us talk to the that is the youth so that they can help us to clear the feed.
The children know if they clear the feed.
They can't. They are too small. They can't do it.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to talk
Thank
to
you,
us.
sir. I'm happy.
We have Idumodi Primary School, Bodeko Primary School, Egwari Primary School, and Ebase Primary School.
But I see that they declare the compound now.
Yes, down a community effort.
How you doing? Love is small thing, oh. I say make additional community.
You do well.
Who declare now?
Na me organize am personally. So e get association when I did now we get that machine so I can carry and come. As e be say never too grow, make I your user now. So as I dey do and I boys come meet me. And so all of them come join me. So even for when we fell by finish, we go by again come. They run and since morning.
To make sure say
our pupils will day, our children will do well. So they will learn for conducive environment. Because now when we say they won't start now, all rep types feel they come they attack.
But people they go to school, teachers dey the school.
Yeah, they dey here since they don close. They say they don dey write test.
People go where they. Because I can't be calling talk say, I'm out youth, now they do, now they clear the primary school, I reach to secondary school. Grass don't take over.
This one now since morning we dey here since the runner.
Call this side. Okay. No, if we wait for government now.
No, we know we feed it. Not the government will feed they do everything. So maybe we see they use our communal effort. See they do the one where we feed do for inside. So now I make on my own. I just come say, oh yeah, we carry out the do.
What's your name?
My name is Honorable Harrison Owede.
I like what you do.
I agree with you, sir.
I be governor don't give you money, man. You take clear, yeah.
Governor never give me. Governor never give me money. So that be the thing. The only thing when I go see say make we beg our governor. A bus not just get school at all. The building don't finish. Since when fire raise their own down, they not get building at all. So now one health center now there for all of them go the jump pad for the land. So those two schools make governor beg make he answer us. The road you see pass and come just now.
Amaho Road.
So Amaho Road you see how
I surprise your market not dey function.
No.
I ask them why. They say because no road to the market.
No road because if you say make they come by, they go say road don't dey to come by. So our people now need to harvest, carry comot, go Ebele before they will go sell. So even when Oshomole come that time, he promise us say he go do the road, he not do. Obaseki come, he promise say he go do am, he not do. So now when he be saying now our son our Okpebo na come dey, we dey beg am make he abeg. Make it wo. Because if you do this road now, go come out for Egwaholo. Come out for Ebele here, go come out for Wohimi. I believe say they go Biajana here they will depart.
But you know you said the governor they work.
Well, but he never reach Igwebe. The local government has say he will never do anything for Igwebe. So now beg, now we dey beg am. If we get what we do, make it forgive us. Even this village now will not get marks. No MTN marks, no Glow marks. So
for network.
Now so we dey run up and down, go where network we go dey, go begin to receive call. So make una help us beg am. People when no say their hand feed dey all those things, make them help us. I beg.
Amaho Road.
Amaho Road.
On a primary and secondary school.
Primary school, yes.
Health center.
In short.
And network.
Oh, God bless you. Now you remember me well.
Honorable.
I agree with you, sir.
But election time when they vote for you.
Well. You see the sign now?
Now they vote for you.
You see the sign where we tell them.
Now they vote for you.
We dey run am.
Now they run am.
We dey run am. We must vote. You know, guy they be because election now try your luck. It be like Baba Jebu. When you put 1, you put 7, you put 10, you go say you go win. If you can't do and finish, maybe 1 not let and win, 2 not let and win. That's what election be. So when you dey vote for your candidate, you go say this one if he come, our problem don't solve. But at the end when you enter there finish, wafuka. So we don't first see all those kind of things, but we dey beg our son now, make he beg, make he answer our prayer. Amaho, make he answer Amaho people prayer. We not get rude. Some schools not just there at all, like a Basse, Idmodi, they not get building at all. So now water side, the road when go come out for Egwaholo, come out here, just go above him. In short, now shortcut. Instead of you to go past Ugyogba, pass that one, or you go past Agbo. You from here come out, you don't go. So make governor beg.
That's why I come up from the city now, enter
the village. Oh, God will bless you. For you to even come those interiors, come see say people there here that they live. Now God will bless you.
Thank you.
You do well.
Thank you.
You do well.
Honorable.
You are blessed.
Hope say you know what contest oh.
Me? I feel still contest, not me.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we don't dey go.
Una do well.
So now una just dey do this thing.
We just dey do am. So now all those questions they do teach me. I don't try and do hard.
I go beg Amaho youths and elders, may they help government, the primary school and the secondary school where they their community, make them they help government they clear them. Because students, you know, I expect my primary school students call they clear here. I thank the people who they do this one now. I agree to. That the head center be that.
Waiting they happen. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
And gratitude to commemorate 33rd birthday observance of the great civil rights leader, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a man whose life, works, and sacrifices continue to speak prayerfully across generations, cultures, and nations. The theme for today's observance is, the time is right to do what is right. The time is right to do what is right. These very words spoken by Dr. King himself remind us that righteousness should never be delayed. Justice should not wait for convenience, comfort, or popular opinion. When something is right, the time to act is now. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood firm for justice, equality, peace, and love in a time when doing so was dangerous and very unpopular. Yet, he chose courage over fear and truth over silence. He believed that every human being, regardless of race, color, or background, deserved dignity and respect. As a school, this message is deeply relevant to us. Doing what is right begins in our daily actions, in honesty, kindness, discipline, and respect for authority, and love for one another. It means standing against bullying, discrimination, and injustice. It means choosing integrity even when no one is watching. To our very dear students, you may think you are too young to make a difference, but Dr. King reminds us that greatness is not determined by age, but by character. Each time you choose peace over violence, truth over lies, and love over hatred, you are living out the legacy of Dr. King. To our teachers and staff, you shape minds and mold futures. Let us continue to be role models who not teach only with words, but with our actions, showing our students that doing what is right is always worth it. As we reflect on the life of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, let us ask ourselves, what is the right thing to do in my school, my home, my community, and my nation? And having identified it, let us not delay. In the words of Dr. King, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? May this commemoration inspire us to be people of courage, compassion, and conscience. Let us rise today with renewed commitment, knowing that the time is right always to do what is right. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them. Like I said, this is a symbol of freedom, a proclamation of the fact that justice must always reign.
Another salute to the chairman, to our deputy chairman, and to all the distinguished guests on the high table, and to all our esteemed parents. Thank you, beautiful and amazing children.
You can as well wave at them.
Thank you. We have next the number one pupils in a beautiful attire, waving with excitement. Thank you. And next after them we have the primary two. Primary two in their peculiar attires. Thank you so much. Next we have the primary three pupils, all elegantly dressed, beautifully dressed. Thank you, Jermaine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them as they wave at you.
As a primary four and a primary five, all distinguishedly dressed. Every class is represented in the carnival clothes. Thank you.
And then we have the SS1 students coming thereafter. SS1 students, which is graciously followed by SS2 students.
The culture represented. I can see the eagle. I can see the tribes represented.
They are all ably represented.
Beautiful sights.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them.
I can see the yellow, the red, the green.
All the houses are ably represented.
Papa Richard!
The accuracy, it's beautiful. This is beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them.
Thank you so much. You're beautiful.
When I was invited to deliver this lecture, I asked the organizers if I could be given freedom to speak my mind on the issue. I was expressly told I could do so. I thank the organizers for the freedom. I want to exercise that freedom offered me now. I can tell you that if they had told me otherwise, I will not be here today. I come from a community, the academic community, that cherishes freedom, and I must address you with academic and lexical freedom. I pray you enjoy my academic delicacy. If you do not, I offer no apologies. It is my style. I must also appreciate a father that I respect for several reasons. That is the Esama of Benin Kingdom. I cannot tell you all the reasons why I respect him in this simple lecture, but I can tell you one major reason. Because he has created jobs for thousands of persons with his investments. And the Benin Education Center is one of such. Let me also use the opportunity to challenge other rich men in Benin Kingdom to do so. Because the more of this we have, the more poverty will be driven out of our society. Lady Cherry Benedion also deserves special thanks. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. May God bless you for your good works. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember today Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the apostle of conflict resolution through non-violence. May his soul continue to rest in peace. Let me go straight to the lecture. The topic is the time is always right to do what is right. I consider this topic very important if our society must make significant progress in all areas. Let me say unequivocally that the current generation of youths are disappointing us when it comes to doing what is right. If anything else, we are making progress on the reverse. I wonder where this country is going to. I only pray for these generations and generations to come. Our approach to this lecture will be very simple. First, we shall define what is right and also give examples of what we must do. Then, we should also offer practical suggestions on the way to the promised land. According to Frank Awano Practical Dictionary, right is something done in accordance or conformable to moral law. Rightness, equitable, just, correct, true, accurate, and not mistaken. Ladies and gentlemen, and by extension our children here, the lecture affords me the opportunity to discuss with the leaders of tomorrow. The lecture is about you, how you can build your today to be great tomorrow. Your tomorrow starts today. Nations are not built overnight. You cannot succeed overnight. You must plan to succeed. If you fail to plan, then you have planned to fail. Success is about attitude, dedication, and focus. The Bible did not even say you can succeed only by miracle. It says God will bless the works of your hand. I am a practical scholar and a philosopher of reality. Even if you believe in miracles, you must work on your attitude. You cannot reap where you did not sow. I do not know your ambition as children today. However, I do know that you must work towards the realization of that ambition, and that must start today. You cannot intend to be a medical doctor and you are not working hard on science subjects. You cannot intend to be a lawyer without working hard on the relevant subjects. It is quicker I must repeat, our children, you must listen to this. It is quicker to jump from a story building than using the staircase. But we must know that jumping has hazards. You either die or at best break some parts of your body. I must say that from the information I have gathered about Igbenedion Education Center, the school is known for training children to abide by the high moral values that society requires of them. And I only advise that the institution should continue in this direction. I must also advise our children to take their studies serious. Let me make it clear that if you are serious with your studies, it is in your own interest. I repeat, if you are serious with your studies, it is in your own interest. My father told me this many years ago. I did not know until he died in 1997. Today I'm a professor and the benefit is for me and my family. My mother also died in 2003. My parents are not here to benefit from my intellectual successes. Your parents will not be there forever. Therefore, your success is majorly for your benefit. If you do not succeed, you will also be the one to suffer. Time is limited. The best time to start doing what is right is now. Procrastination is the father of failure. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. Think out something today. Work hard towards it and the future will be bright for you. You do not wait for the future. You work the future out today by plan. You do not have to start big. Go and ask every big man today how they started. I'm sure most of them have small beginnings. I'm sure the Esama of Benin is a living example. You can rule your world if you are focused. Know what you want. Go for it, and I'm sure you will achieve it. Do not be carried away by the successes of your peers when you do not know their source. Your peers might be involved in negative lifestyle. Do not wait for the right time. You create the time, and the time to start is now. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly define what is right. It is important before I go back to Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's conception of a right society. What is right? I have a simple explanation, and I've told people severally. You do not need the Bible, you do not need the Quran, you do not even need the constitutions of the land to tell you what is right. What is right, your mind will tell you. I will simply say that what is right are all acceptable norms and values of our society. In this direction, my students admonish you to stay away from social vices, stay away from criminal activities, stay away from cultism, armed robbery, arson, examination malpractices, rituals, and other negative things. In fact, this is the right time to stop what is wrong. Like I said, what is right, your mind will tell you. When God created us, He deposited your conscience. It will tell you what is right. You don't need the Bible, you don't need any paper to tell you. Unfortunately, let me quickly say this as a professor of political science. One area in which the political elites and top bureaucrats in Nigeria, their conscience will never tell them that. This is the area of corruption. I think their conscience will never tell them that corruption is wrong. In fact, I've written several papers on corruption. At the stage, I said corruption is caused by poverty. At another, I said it is caused by greed. Well, I got to a third stage, and I said that corruption is caused by wickedness. And I defined corruption caused by wickedness as amassing over and above what you know your children, generations yet unborn cannot consume. And you are still amassing that weight. That is corruption caused by what? Wickedness. But again, as I was driving down this morning, I had a brainwave. I said I should go beyond wickedness. Maybe I should pity our corrupt leaders. I'm beginning to pity them. Maybe it's not their fault. Maybe we should subject most of them to psychiatric examination. That is what I'm thinking. So, well, you are aware that I'm a professor of political science. And so let me quickly advise our political leaders on what to do
to avoid violence, because Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King preached against violence. And so this is my suggestion to our politicians. They should engage in regular consultation. There should be an agreement on the ground norms. There should be a give and take philosophy. And they should know that no single person has all knowledge and information. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be happy if I do not offer practical suggestions to our youths of today. This is because I do not believe in a Yahoo generation. Neither do I believe in a ritual generation. Let me pause to tell you this. I told one of my friends some few days ago, I said, look, it is a risky thing now. It's a big risk in Nigeria to have children. Now, but we must still have children. But I'm telling you, it's a risk. Because if you are not careful, they use you for ritual. And so, each time I have opportunity to interact with men of God, I tell them, this one you are saying, bind and loose, the enemy must die. Start from the house. Put it as a prayer point. May my children not kill me. So I challenge you today, as you go home, in your early morning devotion, say it, let your ears hear it. May this children not kill me, in Jesus' name. First and foremost, we can be self-reliant. The youth needs to tell you can be self-reliant. How do you go about this? Discover your talent. 2, organize your resources. 3, engage yourself meaningfully. And finally, be honest and committed. Do hard job. Finally, let me tell our youths, hard work will never betray you. Consistency will never fail you. Patience will never disappoint you. Discipline will never mislead you. Honesty will never embarrass you. Learning will never harm you. Growth will never stop rewarding you. Focus will never confuse you. Humility will never disgrace you. Determination will never leave you empty. Wisdom will never misguide you. Efforts will never go unnoticed. Integrity will never lose value. Purpose will never misdirect you. Self-control will never weaken you. Time management will never fail you. Truth will never need defending. Ladies and gentlemen, at the risk of being sued by lawyers here, I dare to say, I rest my case. God bless you all.
And Edgel presented to do the lay of the week. And the esteemed Director of Administration has just laid that. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like us to keep clapping for them.
Let's put your hands together for them.
We have been celebrating Martin Luther King in this very square. Can we just stand up and acknowledge vision and put our hands together and appreciate consistency to vision? Can we stand up and acknowledge this woman, this vision owner? Can we stand up and acknowledge persistence and commitment to vision? Because that is why we are standing here today, doing the right thing at the right time. Can we just put our hands together at once? Our dear Lady Cherry, my mom, we appreciate you. Celebrated for the past 33 years, and it's good that when we engage in any action or any assignment, we have understanding. We stand here today to lay this wreath in observance of Dr. Martin Luther King, being a symbol of the struggle against segregation in the United States of America through the non-violence movement. I want to also use this opportunity to remind us and to make us understand, like all the MC have been doing, that because of this great man, Martin Luther King, because of what he stood for, justice and righteousness, that is why students of Igbenedion Education Center, parents and Nigerian citizens can go boldly to the embassy of the United States of America and we are granted visa. Can we put our hands together to acknowledge that? I would like to welcome everyone to observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day with the theme, Mission Possible, Building Community, Uniting Nations Through Non-Violence. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on the 4th of April 1968 at Memphis, United States of America. Why? Because of his civil rights activity. At the time, there was segregation against people of color in America. The purpose of observing of Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day is to celebrate the life and the legacy of a man who brought hope and healing to America, particularly the African American. I trust God today that on account of some of our students here too, we will be celebrating something good. As our speaker has said, that your family will celebrate you as you stand too for what is right. Igbenedion Education Center joined the rest of the world today to commemorate the timeless values he taught us through his example of non-violence, courage, truth, justice, compassion, dignity, humility, and service that is so radiantly defined in Dr. King's character and empowers his leadership. I believe that these same traits today we can see in the life of our Deputy Chairman, Lady Cherry Igbenedion, and that is why we are here still celebrating Martin Luther King after 33 years. Can we put our hands together? This observance commemorates the universal unconditional love, forgiveness, and non-violence that drove his revelation spirit. Today, African American can live in society free from segregation, walk in freedom, and achieve their personal dream like every other American. This is because one man chose. This is because one man chose. This is because one man chose to be different by leading a non-violent campaign. At the time, it was thought impossible. So if you know that as a person, you yourself one fine day will continue to stand regardless of different opinion around you, you will stand to do the right thing at the right time. Can you put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you.
An emblem of freedom to other people around you. You must not allow yourself to be used negatively or to be an agent of injustice.
A famous Black American whose love for his people led to the loss of his life 66 years ago. He fought for peace, love, and justice. It's another great year today indeed, where we celebrate excellence and willpower. You can be whatever you want to be, just believe in yourself. Joining in this great fight are some other great men and women. Those men and women who sacrificed their lives for a better world for humanity. Some of these great personalities were Queen Eden of the great ancient Benin Kingdom, Chief Obafemi Awolowo of the Yoruba tribe, a great nationalist, Sir Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Nigeria's first president, Sikh of Africa, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and Nigeria's civil rights activist, Rosa Parks, Africa's man of the millennium, Dr. Nelson Mandela, and the man himself, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In the Igbenedion Education Center, this is the 33rd commemoration. Globally, we're celebrating the 56th anniversary commemoration of his death. The great man once said,
I have a dream. Remember we had this program. Today, we have the privilege to anchor the program. I am the lovely Miss Aombo Moyekeme, and standing beside is no other than Miss Elizabeth Osage. Ladies and gentlemen, just relax and enjoy the theme of today's event, MLK 56. This is the time to do what is right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome these young shining stars, the Montessori pupils.
Bringing up to the stage is the Montessori School for their presentation. Please, let's put our hands together for Igbenedium Montessori Primary School. Need a hand to hold. When we rise, we stand as one.
directed.
The way when the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on the sailing ship, but when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm glad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many other days. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in the Kingston town. Sounds of laughter everywhere, and the dancing girls singing to and fro. I must declare my heart is dead, though I've been from Maine to Mexico. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many other days. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in the Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many other days. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in the Kingston town.
Watching you stand, all of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow.
Question of flame. I'm going to be reciting a poetry titled Our Greatest Fall by Marianne Williamson. It is our light and not our darkness the most frightens us. Our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our deepest fear is not our power beyond measure. It is our light and not our darkness. We ask ourselves, who am I to be powerful, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? The Spirit of God that is in every single one of us liberates around us. The time to do the right thing is Venezuela, land of beauty and grace, lies a city, a sacred and holy place, a sight to behold, with streets of gold and skies so blue. It's a paradise where dreams come true. From the mountains to the sea, it is a land of hope for all to be free. In Venezuela, all are welcome with open arms, a place of peace away from all harm. The people here are so full with love and light, shining bright like stars in the night. A city that is built on truth and trust, with kindness and compassion. So let us come together and raise our voices, for this city is truly our greatest choice. Venezuela, a haven of love where hope remains. And Duro of Venezuela has been arrested by the U.S. government. The drama you are about to watch was how the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro was arrested. Before the United States arrested him, they've always been on the watch for that country since there were initially sanctions by them. This then led to serious suffering in the country, making millions of Venezuelans to flee from the country. Nicolas Maduro never lost the election. I was the winner. You need me? I know they need me. Don't you need me? Yes. God bless you all. I said, war is looming. evil. I'm fighting fire with fire, always spreads the flames. My decision not to react is not because I am timid, neither am I a coward. I decided not to be involved in any form of fight or confrontation because my quest for power does not want the blood of any citizen of my beloved country. Let's bury our hatchets and let God fight for us because this injustice cannot be sustained. Justice must prevail. I say, justice must prevail. Thank you.
Eating more than he can chew. He has crossed the line already, even while under sanction, and also keeping the American oil company. When the head is broken, the serpent shall bite. Lack of discipline shall bring disaster. When rules are broken, chaos reigns. Go to that capital city and bring me Maduro. And if he tries to resist, set his household on fire. Trafficking. You are coming to the United States of America with us right now. Of Venezuela, and I was captured from residence for doing nothing. I am not guilty. I am a decent man. This is the very first time I am being booked for crime, which I know nothing about. I was captured from my home in Caracas. This is purely a case of abduction, not arrest. Thank you, sir. My president has done nothing. Nothing wrong to be treated in such manner. It is often said, when you want to kill a dog, you give the dog all manner of bad names. Does it mean the dog has actually done wrong? The answer is no. My president has done nothing wrong to be treated in such manner. The high-handedness of the Americans, all because of their supreme military might, would want to intimidate the rest of the world. We will all say no to that. Such an arrest? That is not true. That is abduction. Because even the American and international law does not allow such an invasion. Just imagine the threat they gave to each one president, telling her that she will be treated like Maduro if she does not cooperate. That is to say, my president was never guilty of any crime, all because he was not ready to succumb to that wicked demon. He is now being considered as a narco-terrorist, drug trafficking, and even in possession of machine guns and explosives. What an aberration! I say, what an aberration! And even France president has gone against the international law by invading another country and catching their president in his own federal court for narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, and in the possession of explosives and machine guns. This whole issue will be arraigned in court on the 17th of March, when we shall be hearing the final verdict. Stay tuned. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. are not just a call to action. The cry from soul, a demand for courage in the face of injustice. In Nigeria, where political greed tramples hope and hardship that kills dreams, this war speaking not just to morality, but to courage. They remind us that justice delayed is justice denied, and that silence in the face of wrong itself a form of wrongdoing. This message is not just a wise one, it is urgent. It is a lifeline for a nation drowning in corruption. things change. Now, now, you seen it, the man who died because the hospital had no power. The woman who sells her car in the rain just to feed her children. The young man shot a son just for simply looking like a young boy. Keep asking, when will Nigeria change? Now, because something has no expiring date. Hunger doesn't wait for the right time. We are the giants of Africa, the land of China's wisdom. Bala boys fire, and a jealous game that makes the whole world fight. But yet our leaders treat us like beggars in our homes. $20 billion stolen from our money. Schools without books, hospitals without drugs. One day things will get better, that's us holding our slogan. The time to remember for a better life is now. We deserve more than empty promises. Remember the hashtag enters protesters. They didn't wait for permission. They stood before God. That blood stained the Lekki told them. They chose the time to protest because freedom is never given. It's taking. What will you do? Your friends pray for better leaders. You can pray for a brighter future. But yet there is the urge in Gary and dirty water. Tomorrow better day, but tomorrow never comes. Even the Bible says everything has a season, but corruption has no season. Poverty has no calendar. The season for courage is now. The Benin say, which means tomorrow is the end meant for tomorrow. Stop waiting, act. I say act. When the right actions are delayed out of fear or selfish interest, hardship multiplies and trust dies. Every moment you postpone justice, corruption grows bolder. Every moment you delay reform, poverty taxes its grip. Every moment you excuse wrongdoing, we think the next generation that integrity does not matter. Doing the right thing in politics requires bravery. Now that the wrongdoing has become normalized, now is the time, not tomorrow, not after the next election, not when the conditions are convenient. Now, because the time is always right to do what is right.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, otherwise known as aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo! Alright, please. Woo! Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Miguel for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it please. 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level to get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go on the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend back, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep attention. That means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your bicep and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thank you very much for watching. Please be safe.
morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.